Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the regular business meeting for the District of Squamish on Tuesday, July 19th. Hasqualawin, Queesaluktamuk, Latskohomish, Okmeo. We're privileged tonight to be meeting and doing our business on the traditional unceded territory of Squamish Nation. Council, a motion to adopt the amended agenda, moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor French. Any opposed? Motion carries. We do not have any delegations or proclamations this evening under item 3. We're on to item 4, consideration of unscheduled public attendance. This would be anyone who feels they have an urgent matter that needs to be discussed before the next regular business meeting, which would be in September. Yes, so you have 5 minutes at the podium. So just begin by stating your name. This isn't your opportunity to speak. It's to tell council why you want to speak, and then council will determine whether they want to hear this evening or suggest that you put in a delegation request for the next regular business meeting.
Hi, my name is Joanie, and I am coming here today to, as per the section 3.3 of the camping bylaw number 2829, we would like to ask for the authorization for overnight parking in the Walmart parking lot currently prohibited in the section 3.2, as the recent enforcement of this bylaw last weekend is currently greatly affecting part of the community, and it's kind of a rush because we need a place to be right now and we cannot do that, and there's quite a lot of us affected by that. So that's why I would like to be able to speak with you today.
Council, so you've heard the topic that would be discussed. Normally, I might have moved that to the beginning, but we have a lot on our agenda tonight. So if council did want to hear this matter, it would not be until towards the end of the agenda under item 19. And so if you'd like to hear it, you would move to hear the topic this evening. Otherwise, you would defer it. Councillor Race?
Yeah, just for clarification, is it one of our bylaws? They mentioned the Walmart parking lot, which is private property, I think. And so I'm just not sure where the district comes into this.
It actually consider every parking lot, but up until last weekend with Walmart authorization, we were it was not enforced, I guess, or we were allowed to stay there. But last weekend, it was we had warnings and stuff that it would be enforced, and so it states in the bylaw that if we have an authorization from the district, a written authorization, then these activities are not prohibited under that bylaw. So that's what I'm coming to ask.
Councillor Herford?
I'll move that we have this discussion later today.
Seconded by Councillor Stoner. I'll just call the question unless people feel they need to make a comment. All right. Any opposed? Motion carries. So you'll be speaking under item 19. There's a lot of business before that, so you may want to go and have dinner, have a coffee, be outside in the fresh air. It's pretty windowless in here. Okay. All right. We're on to item 6A. This is section 57 notice for 2595 Mamquam Road. Under this process, the proponents will have a chance to speak, but I will turn it over to our staff first for their presentation.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Colin McCarthy. I am the Manager of Building and Services for the District of Squamish. I do have a summary to follow up the report to Council. I just oh. That's right. Yep, that's what I want to share. Oh, do you want to share too? And where's the share? Nope. Speaker. Yeah, I may need a hand from our IT support here.
My bad. You accidentally shared
And I
that
wanna-
one versus this one.
Oh,
That's all.
Which one do you want to share? Thank you. Thank you. I'm not here because of my IT expertise. We're here to discuss and make a recommendation regarding 2595 Mamquam Road for a building bylaw non-compliance. The recommendation is the council approve the following. The council instruct the corporate officer to file a building bylaw and building code contravention notice respecting the property legally described as Lot 1 Northwest Quarter Section, 1 Township 50 Plan 14493, and located at 2595 Mamquam Road at the Land Title and Survey Authority of British Columbia, under Section 57 of the Community Charter. And that council instruct the corporate officer in their discretion to commence a legal action or proceeding in relation to the property legally described as Lot 1 Northwest Quarter Section of 1 Township 50 Plan 14493 and located at 2595 Mamquam Road, and seek injunctive relief in that action or proceeding in order to bring a building into compliance with district bylaws should compliance not be achieved within 3 months from July 19th, 2022. This began in August of 2020 is when the building department first became aware of this situation. A complaint was submitted regarding unpermitted construction at 2595 Mamquam Road. The complaint was investigated and it was determined that an addition had been created at the rear of an existing mechanical shop. For context, I've included a 2019 aerial photo of the property. What was interesting looking at that, it's hard to tell with relation to the property line, but the roof at the north end, you can see when I move to the next photo, gives some context to the size of that addition relative to the rest of the building. An effort was made to assist the property owners to apply for a building permit and work through the permit process retroactively. Sometimes we'll do that whenever possible, most often. However, auto mechanic use is no longer permitted in the area as it is zone C5. The zoning change was made some years ago. In that area, there are pre-existing legally non-conforming uses. There's no legal requirement to stop the existing use. But the important part to understand is it cannot be expanded. And therefore, a permit application, a building permit application could not be accepted. Options. The property owners were given the option to dismantle the addition or to apply to rezone the property. A pre-application meeting was held and staff advised on that process. The subdivision development and control bylaw requires that a significant upgrade to fire flows in the area would be required prior to a rezoning request being accepted. Following some further discussion, the property owners determined that the costs for the water supply upgrade was too great, and therefore the rezoning application would not be possible at this time. Public safety and liability. Following significant engagement and discussion, the building department has determined that in the interest of the public, a notice be registered on title to protect potential purchasers of the property. Furthermore, we request that a timeline of 3 months be imposed to bring the property into compliance with the zoning bylaw and building bylaw, or there will be further legal action, including but not limited to court injunction. That is the end of my summary, and we are happy to field questions.
Council, I'll just ask if there's questions before I go to the property owner. Councillor Herford and then Councillor Race.
Thank you for the slides attempting to show the change over time. Can you go back to those and just run me through the context? It didn't jump at me in the slide.
Quite often we'll look at the aerial photos to determine, it actually provides a really good timeline for things. And when I looked at this one, it wasn't really clear because also the angle of the satellite image can be a little bit different. So what I did to determine which image I was looking at is rather than look at there's two roofs you'll see on 2595, there's two slightly different colors. So rather than looking at them relative to the property line, when it became evident the size of the addition was when you look at it relative to the rest of the building, you could estimate that that second roof to the north might be 25%, 25% the size of what the other roof is. And now you can see that line. And it's just a way I wanted to explain it, because when I first looked at the two, I couldn't see what I was looking at. So I just thought I would clarify that for your eyes.
Councillor Race.
Thank you. Is there a structural problem with the addition? Is it structurally sound?
Councillor Race, through the mayor. It hasn't been, at a glance, it looks solid. It hasn't been inspected. It hasn't had any permits. It's a heavy structure. So while at a glance it may look like something, the fact that it's heavy means it needs significant reinforcing to ensure that you don't have lateral movement on a structure like that. I would hesitate to make an official comment. I can tell you what it looks like at a glance, but that's not for the record.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Pettengill and then Councillor Stoner.
Thanks. You mentioned that some time ago this was zoned to C5. The OCP has it as industrial. Do we know when the C5 zoning happened relative to the purchase of this property?
The onus is slid in at just the right time. We'll send that over to our director.
Through you, Mayor. No, we haven't looked at, we know that the C5 zoning has been in place for a while. I'm not sure when the property was purchased last. But it's, the zoning has been around for at least 10 years at that.
Councillor Stoner, and then we'll hear from the property owner.
Thank you. Through the chair, just to clarify, the challenge is that the footprint of the lean-to is larger than the previous one, or is it that it was removed and rebuilt? I'm just curious what the actual infraction is, if it's the size of the new building or if it's the fact that it was rebuilt entirely.
Maybe there's two pieces to that. The addition, an addition requires a building permit. This was built without a building permit, essentially regardless of the size. An addition to a building, when a building permit is required is when you move walls, add walls, extend a roof, change the change the building. Does that answer the question, the second part as well?
Yes, it does for now. Thank you.
All right, so as part of Section 57 process, the property owner has an opportunity to address council and make their case. So we'll have that happen now. Just introduce yourselves and yeah, the microphone's on, so you don't need to do anything. It's ready to go.
Madam Mayor and Council, thanks for taking the opportunity for letting us speak directly with you. Firstly, let me introduce myself. I'm Michelle Carson. My daughter Reagan is out in the front, so I apologize in advance if she interrupts this hearing. I'm the wife and she's the daughter of Reed, my husband. We are all partial owners in 2595 Mamquam Road. I stand before you this evening as a concerned community member and small business owner. Sorry. We are worried that the recommendation before you this evening will have irreparable setbacks on our future here in Squamish. We are here to seek your assistance in finding an avenue to prevent that from happening. We owe an apology for not following due process. We understand that staff were just doing their jobs, and there's not much more that anyone could expect. Honestly, our intention was just to repair the structure, but unfortunately it was in much worse condition than we thought upon purchasing the property, and therefore it did need to be taken down. The structure that is in place today is significantly safer, fire resistant, but unfortunately the lack of the ability to utilize that space for our business has been and continues to be quite costly. We are hardworking, honest people, and we do feel that we deserve a second chance. There are two reasons we are being informed why we cannot move forward. The water, the lack of adequate water services to meet the zoning is preventing us from proceeding. In the notes we received from the district planning meeting, we were told the recommended minimum water supply for the industrial use for firefighting is 225 liters per second. We have since learned that nowhere within Squamish, to our knowledge to date, has more than 150 liters per second of pressure. So how can we possibly meet a higher minimum standard? The cost associated with this kind of upgrade is upwards of $250,000. And as a small business, we simply can't afford that. The other reason is the zoning. The zoning has been unfitting since the 60s. The property has never been used for the current, the property has never been used for the uses under the current zoning. It also is indicated in the OCP for the interim plan that the area is meant for industrial businesses, which we would fall under. We are community members, we're small business owners, and this is obviously a very stressful time. Either the $250,000 water line upgrade or the dismantling of the building are significantly financial strains on our family. We feel that we're trapped due to the fact that we don't have the financial means to put forward to put in the adequate services in order to rezone to get the building permit. We feel that it's either we are in this middle ground of we need the building permit, but we have to rezone, but then we need the water in order to rezone. So there seems to be a kind of somewhat of a losing battle on our side. We are local. We do want to stay local. We want to continue to support and grow the community. Being able to finish this project would give us the ability to expand, take on more clients, keeping business in Squamish, and hire more local people. We are asking for you to take consideration and not enforce the recommendations before you this evening. I do want to thank those people that came tonight to support us, our friends and family, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
Hello, Council. My name's Peyton Carson. My wife and kids couldn't be here tonight. They're stuck in some airline issues in Ontario. I'm a licensed mechanic. I enjoy the interactions there every day, local employees, customers, etc. I employ 8 people, and they all have a bit of families of their own. We do a lot of repairs on vehicles, and I have no idea how City Hall works, and I found it very complicated and therefore frustrating. People have been polite to us, but I'm sorry to say they don't seem to want to or know the right avenue to find a solution in this situation. I feel we provided what was being asked for, engineered drawings, but simply can't afford the last request. Our family's invested in Squamish and contribute to this community. We're deeply sorry for what we did, but we need some assistance. This is the solution staff have put forward to demolish our structure and take legal action is devastating, will have devastating effects. We're asking for your guys' help. Thank you.
Hi guys, I'm Reed Carson, Peyton's brother, wife of Michelle. I've got my machinist ticket and fabrication ticket. I've got a small shop in town here that I do work for tons of local businesses in town. I am in the same boat as Peyton. I know nothing about how politics and the council works, so I also find it quite tricky and difficult when I come in here because I don't really know how this whole process works. I love working in Squamish. I want to raise my family in Squamish. We did make an error in not following the proper process by what we thought initially was hopefully just to repair this structure. And then we found out that it was in much more need. So we decided to repair it to our abilities. I'm concerned, and I just hope that if the recommendation before you, oh, sorry, I'm terrible in front of people. It's basically just going to shatter my business and my brother's business. So we're just asking for some help, and hopefully you guys can give us a hand. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to see if council's got any questions for you. So don't go too far. Council, do you have any questions for the Carsons at this point and based on their presentation this evening? Council French?
Thanks, Mayor. I'm curious to know, so in the recommendation, there's a 3-month time frame. Would it make any difference if the time frame was something longer, say 12 months?
Help, but then the unfortunate part is the financial aspect is the small business, and we are not able to get that amount of credit in order to make that repair. We've tried to rally some of the other businesses, and that might be affected in our, I guess, on our side of the bridge, but they're in that same position as we are. Certainly the leniency would be appreciated in order for us to make some attempts. But I can't say for certain that it would allow us to make that in tenfold.
Councillor Stoner, and then I have Councillor Pettingill.
Thank you through the chair. I want to thank you for being here and for speaking to council. I know it's not always the easiest environment to come into, and so I'm sorry if it feels strange, but thanks for doing it. You mentioned a few times in your comments that dismantling the existing structure would be a financial hardship, and I'm just curious. I think one of the concerns is the increase in the footprint and size of it. And so I'm just trying to figure out if there's a way that we can decrease the footprint so it comes back in line with the original structure, or what that looks like from your end.
We've actually been contemplating recently is to try to establish what design work we can do with the engineer in order to make it original, the footprint size, and using what's there. You know, in ways the containers that are on the far side potentially could be moved, and we could just create a wall that allows that footprint to return to what it originally was. So we have been trying to make those headways kind of in the back to think of maybe that if that could be an alternate option.
Councillor Pettingill.
Thanks. I'm wondering if you can speak to when the property was purchased.
We purchased the property in
Last November ago, roughly.
Yeah, 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Always a mechanic shop.
Yeah,
there.
it was about 2 years ago.
I
Sorry, no, you go.
I asked the previous owner because I knew her quite well. Her parents owned it. I don't know, I'm gonna say 30+ years, and she looked back into the rezoning part, and they never knew what about it either. So I think it's been like that a long time.
Okay, if I can follow up, then did you have an agent represent you in the transaction, or was this sort of a friend to a friend without agents?
Friend to friend.
Yeah, for the purchase of the property. Yeah. So the previous owner offered us purchase based on paid and operating or working out of that shop before his takeover. So that occurred prior to us purchasing the property. And we did so trying to assume that we could expand. The long-term goal obviously is to continue to operate that business there for as long as the community allows that to be an industrial zoned area.
There was always a structure there, it was just falling down.
I don't know if you guys have a piece of paper, like, so there was the containers there with the structure. The roof was leaned the opposite way. And instead of having it lean the same way, we expanded the building. I believe it's about 8.5 feet in width. And then just put the roof on top of the containers and that 8-foot section. So it made it look bigger, but the footprint really isn't that much bigger because the inside of the shop is still the same length by 40 feet. And it's now
6-8 feet wider.
about roughly 8 feet wider it just looks bigger because the roof goes over top of the containers. So the containers sit there. We poured, I believe when Colin came down, we were pouring the concrete, were we not?
Yep.
Yeah, you were. So there was about 8 feet. We poured there down the side, and that's how we that's how we just made it that much bigger there. So
We thought we could fix our original structure, I guess.
Okay,
sorry. Yeah.
well, that's good.
Okay, council, I'm not seeing any more questions for the Carsons, so thanks. Council, more questions for staff? Go ahead, Councilor Race, and then Councilor Stoner.
Thank you. And this is with respect to the water. To meet the flow that's might be required, where would that have to connect to?
Through the mayor. So currently there's a water main running down Mamquam Road that then branches off and continues down Mamquam Road to this property, and it pretty much ends in front of this property. So in terms of upgrades, the district actually upgraded along Mamquam Road to the end of Paco Road last year. So that junction of Paco and Mamquam, that's where it would have to be upgraded from. Realistically, you know, without going further into it, the exact size and length and all that is not fully known, but I would presume that it would have to be from that junction all the way across to within 45 meters of that property.
So just so that I've got it correctly in my mind, so that you'd be extending then either down the length of Paco Road across the creek to the property, or you go along Mamquam?
No, it would be realistically, it would be along Mamquam, and it would be an upsizing of an existing water main.
And that connects to the one that the district just completed a year or two ago, I think it was, last year maybe. Yep.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilor Stoner, then Councilor Pentgill.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just want to clarify with respect to the legal non-conforming uses. So if it's legal non-conforming, they are allowed to replace or improve existing buildings, but they just can't expand the footprint of the business. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor, that's correct. So if the owners rebuilt what was already there, it would have been fine. Pardon me?
With a permit.
Yes. Yeah.
Councilor Pentgill.
Yeah, and I hope I'm not getting too far into the zoning discussion here, but if the proponents stayed with the C5, the water requirement wouldn't be there. And I guess
The distinction is that they couldn't expand their business without a rezoning, and a rezoning requires the water. So I don't want to get too far into the zoning conversation. It's a Section 57 hearing.
yeah, I guess what I'm because they wouldn't need a rezoning to change the use to a C5. So if they stayed within the existing use, they could do kind of anything within that zoning and not require water. It's because they want to do something inconsistent, then the requirement comes in, and that the permits for the current use, which is non-conforming, can't be granted. So maybe I'll try this tact. The flow requirement for the amount of water, is that tied to a particular industrial zoning, or is that tied to this specific general use of an auto shop, or this actual specific use of this specific business?
Through you, Mayor. So yeah, the way that our subdivision development control bylaw makes the distinction is it's based on the type of use. So we break it down based on residential, multifamily residential, single family, or industrial, commercial, or institutional, and there's different amounts. So if this falls under industrial use, then it would have a certain amount of minimum fire flow recommended. And yeah, so that would be what this would be under. And unfortunately, industrial is the highest. Demands usually the highest amount.
Okay. I'm going to stand down for a second. I need to think about my questions.
Sir Kiyonaga, do we have any plans of our own in our sort of master planning process to take this water pipe further?
Through Mayor, so we are upgrading, we are planning to upgrade within the next few years, probably 2024, 2025 on not this exact main, but out on Highlands Way South, which will boost flows. However, to this specific area, that pipe really is what the choke point is to get it anywhere near industrial levels. And we currently do not have that in our 5-year plan or our master plan at the moment.
Mr. Valeniskis, could a TUP be issued to preserve the current footprint of what's been built?
Through you, Mayor, it would still, a temporary use permit is essentially a temporary zoning. So it wouldn't, it would, you know, it could be issued, but if staff reviewed an application for a temporary use permit, we'd apply the same principles. You know, are the services in the area to support the use, whether it's temporary or not? And it doesn't sound like a temporary use in this case as well.
But to Councillor Stoner's question, if it maintained the same footprint as before, we wouldn't all be sitting here tonight.
No.
Thank you. Council, any further questions for staff? Councillor Herford and then Councillor Pettengill.
Thank you. This C5 zone, is it widely used? On my quick scan, I'm having a hard time coming up with another parcel. So I'm trying to think of the zoning in the broader context of what we allow in a C5 zone and just where, if there's discussion around what is allowable in C5, where else that affects. I just don't see.
Councillor Herford, it's not a zoning discussion tonight, it's section 57. And even if we change the use of the zone, they would still need to upgrade the fire flows for this use as per the subdivision and control bylaw. So I think I understand where your line of questioning is going, but I'm not sure it gets us where we need to go. Councillor Pettengill.
So this property has been non-conforming. There's other presumably non-conforming properties in that they don't have adequate fire flow, but they've got industrial uses. Maybe non-conforming is the wrong term in that particular instance, but you know, rezoning is our normal tool to upgrade services like this and have the beneficiaries pay for it. So that's kind of the way things are done over time. But knowing that some of the other property owners will require, you know, to be part of the same upgrade and so on and so forth, is there any sort of precedent for, you know, recognizing some work is upcoming, the neighbors will have to do stuff sooner or later, taking money in trust or sort of scaling the amount, sort of a proportional amount, given the other properties, the other demand. So it's more of there's still a burden, but it's more, this property isn't paying because it's first for all the other ones. We sort of set something aside, and then when we're further along, we do it, and everyone pays in their quote unquote fair share at the end of the day.
Are you speaking to front ender or latecomer agreements?
I'm not sure. As I understand a front ender, that's when one proponent pays for the whole thing and then gets paid back. Whereas this more, I'm wondering if we hold money in trust, sort of that this would be your portion, so we can hold that piece in trust and allow this to move forward, recognizing that there are other businesses without sufficient flow operating. This has been operating that way, and so is that as a workable middle ground?
Through you, Mayor, I can't speak. I don't think I can answer your exact question, but I can give some thoughts on it. And the one tool that could be used would be latecomer agreements, but that would require that the water main is actually built up front, and then whoever built it could collect from future development of the benefiting properties. That would be one tool that would be usable or would be feasible here. the concern with collecting in trust but not building, I don't know if that's what you were suggesting, but not building right up front, is that we're still then left with inadequate water flow to that area. And in some circumstances, that can be, we can use discretion, and we do have mechanisms where which a qualified professional can confirm lower than the standard amount or recommended amount of water flow. But in this case, the water is significantly low. I don't see a way to bring enough water into that area without upgrades upfront.
And maybe this gets at the expansion question, but and I understand your point about the risk of inadequate flow right now. But as I understand, that whole area has inadequate flow and will for the foreseeable future until everyone goes through a rezoning. And so the inadequate flow is not a new situation. It's not unique to this parcel. It is sort of a general longstanding issue for the area. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Councillor Stoner and then Councillor Race.
Thank you. Through the chair to staff, the second portion of the staff recommendation this evening is to instruct the corporate officer in their discretion to commence legal action, so on and so forth, in order to bring a building into compliance with district bylaws. So does that mean that I'm just trying to understand what bring that building into compliance means at this point? Is it that it needs a smaller footprint?
Through the mayor. What that means is, in the PowerPoint, I use the term to go through a permit process retroactively, which is often what will give someone the opportunity to do if there's the ability to legitimize something built without a permit. Come back to the table with drawings, the proper zoning, all of the things that are required to permit that. I would hesitate to say that, is it just make it smaller? Is it make it bigger? Is it make it shorter? Because we really haven't analyzed the structure, the footprint, et cetera. This was initiated because there was a complaint from the neighborhood that there had been an expansion of an unpermitted use. And we attended there and investigated, and it was quite clearly an expansion of an unpermitted use. So the way to do that would be to back up, go through the permit process. We were stopped at the zoning piece. Does that answer the question?
Yes, it does. I just want to confirm that there is a way for them to get a building permit despite the zoning nonconformance if they maintain the same structure size.
There was in fact a recent building permit issued to the shop for essentially what amounted to an internal renovation. I believe they did work on their offices, something similar to that. So yes, you owners can correct me if I'm wrong, but pre-existing non-conforming use can be repaired and maintained, I believe, right?
That's correct. So in essence, what's happened is they've expanded it, and the original size that we have would still be permittable.
Go ahead, Councillor Race.
Thank you. So raises a question then, because when you look at pictures of it, a significant part of the area under the roof is the containers. And so when you talk about expanding it, are we expanding the floor area or the roof area? How would we measure that? And I'm just trying to go by the pictures. I haven't actually been on the site, but it looks like the extra floor area or the floor area of that addition is relatively close to what might have existed there before, going roughly by the roof areas, the overhead of the roof areas. And that may not be exact, but I'm just wondering how we measure that.
At this point, we'd be looking at the footprint of the building, and I agree with you. It's it's not very straightforward because there are the two shipping containers, and I'm not sure if the shipping containers were ever permitted or not, but they became part of the structure through this process.
So the answer is then it's kind of the outside walls as opposed to the inside walls. And so are there other tools such as, just to make a very brief comment. I mean, they're kind of caught in the middle of the different policies we have. And I'm just wondering if there are other tools that will provide kind of a temporary solution, covenant for no expansion beyond what you see there, things like that. Would that ever be considered where, as I look at this building, it's not long for this world in the sense that one day it will be demolished for development in that area, and hard to predict exactly when. But is there anything that we could do or have done in the past with others that would sort of just kind of freeze it in time until the next evolution in that area, when somebody could actually come along and afford to run a water line across the creek and properly subdivide the property?
Through you, Mayor, I'm not aware of any tools that would deal with the permitting issue. There's the Section 57, which deals with a bit of a liability and notice to future owners. I think sometimes we use covenants to further lower the liability for the district, but not really to deal with the fact that there are no permits on a new structure. So in my experience, we haven't, I don't believe we've done this before.
But to get any kind of a permit, now we're talking steps that would lead to having to extend the water line because it requires zoning.
That's right. In order to, if the unpermitted construction would stay as is today, I think the other option is to reduce the size of it back to the original footprint.
Staff, is there, what risk is there to the district if we put the Section 57 on title, but choose not to enforce until such time as services are available?
This is the question that's been asked, and this is a process and procedural matter, and the liability would only, I think, be anticipated to anticipate what may happen as a result of not having adequate fire flows. The building next door to this one caught fire this year. This is something that's been discussed. I don't know that liability is anticipated. If that structure is unpermitted and something happens with that structure, don't think that liability can be anticipated either until something happens. Each step of the building regulatory process is designed to mitigate and to protect and to provide oversight. And we may be unfortunately on a slippery slope if we are to try and work our way around that.
Mr. Melniskis, is there a way to covenant this structure so that we limit our liability and that it's recognized that there aren't sufficient fire flows?
I'm not a lawyer, so I can't tell you exactly, but we do regularly limit our liability on flooding issues in certain parts of town through covenants.
So Council, I'd like to get to our deliberations, but Council Pettengill, do you have a question?
Yeah, just on a couple of things. Do we have an option to refer this back to staff to come back with answers on some of these things like the liability piece and covenant and so on?
Council always has discretion, Council Pettengill. But we do need to deal with the Section 57 and the enforcement piece, I think, is if you need more before you can make your decision, then you should make that known. Council Rees.
Thank you. Before I put a motion on the table, I'd like to sever the two recommendations and just deal with the first one and then discuss a little bit more of the second one. So I'll move the first one and speak to it if it's seconded.
Seconded by Councillor Stoner. So you've got that. They're severed. All right. So go ahead.
Thank you. So Section 57 notice is a notice that is placed on the title to the property in the land title office. It's not the kind of thing that affects your day-to-day life, in my view. What it is notice to the public that there is an issue with this building. We've done that in the past in a variety of different circumstances, and we have done that, as staff indicated, partly to limit liability that the district could possibly be placed in for not disclosing or not dealing with some imperfection in the building structure. And so we have a duty to the general public. So that's what a Section 57 notice does. There is, I think, in my view, a nominal charge to put it on. And at some point when the situation is resolved, again, a relatively nominal charge to have it removed. That is the essence of this motion. And I think we do have to take that step because we are aware that there is an imperfection, and I think staff is right to bring it to us to that extent.
Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. I too will be supporting this motion that's on the floor. Appreciate my council colleagues' approach in severing the two. Just to reiterate what my council colleague has said, that I think this is an important piece in order to notify the public around the inconsistency of this building with respect to our building permit and our building process. I think that is key, is tying that to title of this land, but it doesn't impact the day-to-day operations that are on site. And I think it gives some leniency to recognizing that this was already a legal non-conforming use. It's the enforcement piece that would have direct impact. So that is a future motion. For this specific motion in terms of putting a Section 57 on title, I think that is our due diligence as a council.
Not. Yep. No, you good? All right. Okay. Call the question. Any opposed? Motion carries. So now we're on to the second part, which is the piece around compliance, so how to seek compliance. So Councillor Pettengill, do you have a question before we go there, or?
No, I was going to try a motion.
Okay. I was going to give the floor to Councillor Reyes because he severed the two. So, but do you, I'll go to you. Go ahead, Councillor Pettengill.
Okay, I'm going to suggest that we refer the second resolution back to staff, and I will speak to it if there's a seconder.
I think you're going to need to put more. So this is staff's recommendation. So you can't just refer their own recommendation back to them. So I think you need to put a little bit more meat around the bones there for it to be seconded. I could be wrong, but from a procedure point of view,
I will refer it back to staff in an attempt to find more options to achieve the water compliance in a way that is financially feasible for the proponent.
and before it's seconded, I'm going to go to staff because I feel like staff have exhausted their options, which is why we're here. But so that's why I want to check that your motion's a valid motion for staff.
Through the mayor, what I'll just say is that we've worked pretty extensively at this. We've had numerous discussions. This one's not easy for all the reasons that the property owners stated while they were here. There's always a possibility that there is another way, but we have worked at this fairly extensively. That's all I can say.
How long have you been working on this?
A couple of years.
A couple of years, Councillor Pettengill. So staff have put it to council and you're about to put it back to them, but they've been working on this for a couple of years.
Without trying to argue, I heard some things from staff which sounded to me like there were some things if council decided to proceed that way. So I was hoping in the discussion to give staff some direction on what things we might be interested in pursuing as options. There's some legal questions and so on. So that's where I would go if we proceed with this.
Is there a seconder? All right, it's seconded.
So I guess it wasn't clear to me why. I guess my concern is that I don't want to waive the water requirements for the long term. And so just allowing this to continue as is in perpetuity, I am concerned about. So I think whatever resolution we come up with does need to achieve sufficient water supply. But I think we can also recognize that that supply is not there for anyone. It's necessary for everyone. And our way to do that typically is part of rezoning, knowing what else is going on there. I don't understand why a TUP, why we can't sort of allow for insufficient water as part of a TUP, but then there's still the rezoning. So that gives up to 3 to 6 years to then, as part of rezoning, yes, this number hits. And so we don't lose that actual mechanism, but it pushes it down the road and gives more time, allows the other properties to catch up and for this to be done more collectively and share the prices. The other piece as part of this is understanding through covenant, can we protect our liability? Can we protect our liability until all these properties get sufficient supply? I guess that's what I was hoping to understand and see if there were some options in there.
Any further comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Any opposed? Councillor Race, Councillor Stoner, Councillor Anderson, Councillor French, Mayor Elliott opposed. Motion fails. Councillor Race, I'll go to you.
Thank you. So I'm going to move that there be no enforcement for a period of 2 years from the date of this meeting to allow the property owners to investigate and fabricate a new wall to shrink the footprint to comply or to be the same as the previous footprint. And I'll speak to it if it's seconded.
Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Stoner. Go ahead, Councillor Race.
Thank you. So this is, to me, is a series of calamities that have kind of just sort of all intersected at the same crossroads. Inconsistent zoning, property that is a little ways away from water. I know what the district pays for water services, and it's a lot of money, and I couldn't expect a single small business to ever afford the cost of extending the water line that distance. So that's not a solution. I think when I look at this whole thing, the solution is going to be the demolition of that building as part of redevelopment of industrial or commercial lands on that side of Masheter Creek. We don't have control over that, of course. One of the complications, if further complications were needed, is one of the significant property owners recently passed away, and so that property is tied up in an estate. And so no decisions will really be able to be made about sale or development of that property for a couple of years. But the proponents did indicate that they were looking into the possibility of a wall and not use the containers, and presumably that would allow them the footprint that they had before at a more reasonable cost and without then offending our process. So I want to give them time to do that. I am sympathetic to small businesses, employers of, I don't want to put them under the gun, if you like, and give them time to either fabricate it themselves or to have it fabricated and to arrange whatever is necessary for that. So that is the purpose of my motion, and I'll stop there. Thank you.
Councillor Stoner?
Thank you. I will be supporting the motion on the floor. My line of questioning both to staff and to the proponent were to try and identify how, if at all, this building can be brought into compliance given the existing legal non-conforming use. So it is my understanding that that is a possibility, that it will potentially be a slight challenge for the proponent, but I did hear from them that they that there was an option there on the table that they were investigating. So this gives them 2 years to investigate that option. And there's still discretion for the corporate officer to then proceed with legal action if necessary. And so I'm hoping that this provides a little bit more breathing room for the proponent, the landowner, to reconsider perhaps moving those containers and finding some other alternative that would shrink the footprint a little bit and get us back to that retroactive building permit, which is required. So that is why I'll be supporting the motion on the floor. Thank you.
Councillor Herford, then Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. The spirit of this motion I like, giving the extra time, but I find that the solutions proposed in the motion is prescriptive as to what the solution is, where the original motion just had should compliance not be achieved within that timeline and doesn't prescribe what that solution is. So for that reason, I don't see a way to support this particular piece, because this is about creating room to find creative options. And in our motion as presented, we've prescribed what that solution would be. So a friendly amendment to
Not a friendly, you have to make an amendment.
So could you read the wording of this motion just to be sure?
I was going to go back and listen to the video to confirm, but I'll read what I have. That no enforcement action be pursued for 2 years to ensure that sufficient time is allowed for the property owner to pursue options to move the outside wall and bring the structure into compliance.
So I would just remove the language around my amendment would be to remove the language around removing the wall, just that no enforcement take place in that time unless it comes into, so that gives them time to come into compliance.
Did I?
I think it was that simple.
We have a motion on the floor, but do you need to clarify something or make something factual here?
Forgive me, the motion was proposed. I was only going to comment that within the original motion, there's a timeline, and that timeline could simply be adjusted to suit.
Okay,
so I'm trying to amend this back to the original motion with a different timeline. So do we need to vote down this proposal to get us there, or does the minute taker feel that we're in the right spot?
I feel like for clarity, it would probably be good to rescind the motion on the floor and consider the staff recommendation with the adjusted timeline.
Councillor Race.
In light of that, I'll withdraw it. If the seconder will.
All right, there's no motion on the floor.
So then I'll move the staff recommendation with the adjusted timeline. So of 2 years from July 19th instead of 3 months.
Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor French. You want to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. As throughout this discussion, we've heard that this is an issue that's been collectively worked on with our staff and the proponent for quite some time. I hope that the discussion today maybe has unlocked some other possibilities and created some breathing room for everybody to work together to bring this to a solution that works. Potentially in that timeline, there's other property owners, water flow. There could be rezone. There's all sorts of different tools that we have. I think that the biggest pinch of this is the timeline. So I hope that this buys some time and we'll be able to get to somewhere that's workable for everybody. So I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Councillor French.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm speaking in favor of the motion. We've spent almost an hour on this, and clearly it's challenging. We've got enterprising business people who are doing the best they can to make a living, to support their families, and confronted along the way by high overhead costs and a potential rezoning that is very expensive. And through it all, our staff has, I think, done an excellent job over the long term, 2 years, of putting together due diligence and working with the applicant to try and find a solution. And here we are today. So in supporting the motion on the floor, I want to emphasize that I'm doing so while also recognizing that the BC Building Code is important. Our permitting process is important. And understanding zoning and rezoning is also important for those that are doing business in our community. I support the motion.
Councillor Anderson.
In speaking in favor of the motion, I do not think it's practical at this time to address water servicing. Mr. McCarthy has reported to us that reinforcement, whether it is needed to address potential lateral movement of the structure, is an unknown on the part of staff. So the first issue to me is the safety of the structure, and then hopefully the building bylaw compliance with the structure. These are the priorities. And so I hope that this timeline that we are putting forward here can work. I think that the long-term future of this area is important to the district. We need a new light industrial park, and there's good potential here. And there's not only the property behind, but the property immediately to the west is also intending to redevelop to light industrial. So I'm hopeful that there will be some a shared vision for the future of the site, and through this, the servicing needs of the area can be addressed. Thank you.
Any further comments? I'll support the motion, but I actually think that council hasn't gone far enough in actually fixing the problem and addressing it. And I don't think the future of this business is necessarily to tear it down. I think that once this motion's off the floor, I'm going to put a motion forward that we refer the C5 zoning to the next zoning bylaw update, because I think council has expressed that it wants to protect employment lands. And we've run into a problem here where we've created employment lands just west of this property. This C5 zoning seems inappropriate for that area in my mind. And then we need to prioritize making sure that if we designate employment lands, that we start to put the services in place to help us achieve that goal. So I certainly want to put forward a motion after this that we try and consider what the right zone is for that C5 area, because it's not in alignment with the uses nor with the employment lands that we were seeking to create in that area, as Councillor Anderson said. So I think this does buy more time for the proponent, but I don't think it fixes the overall issue at hand. And my preference would have been to see that there was no enforcement until services were available. But I can see where council's going, so I will support the motion. Call the question. Any opposed? Motion carries. Council, I'd like to refer the C5 zoning back to staff for the next zoning bylaw review and consider the maybe I'll just keep it simple and save my comments for my comments. So refer the C5 zoning to the next zoning bylaw update, seconded by Councillor Stoner. The reason I want to do this is that we know that we need to match any housing development with preserving and increasing employment lands in the district so that people can live and work here. And tonight we've heard from a hardworking family that went a long way to own their mistake and have also really been helpful in pointing out a gap where we don't have alignment between where council wants to go in protecting employment lands, the zoning that's in place, and the OCP and the services that are at hand. So I think there is a really important conversation between planning, economic development, and council about where we see our employment lands expanding and how we help make that happen and not necessarily delay the ability of our local business to expand because we haven't prioritized the services in the right way to help them get there. So I think it's part of a greater conversation, certainly not for tonight, but I think we would be doing this family and other businesses in the areas a disservice if we didn't bring this to the next zoning bylaw review. So that's my motion. Any other comments? Councillor Pango.
Yeah, I will support this. Sort of mulling over in my head the last resolution and this one. I think I think especially given our OCP direction for industrial use in the area, a look at the zoning makes sense. My one concern is though that is our tool to ensure adequate infrastructure is in place, and maybe we do it all ourselves as a municipality. Front-end agreements do seem to work well when you have a large proponent. We have significant infrastructure debts as a community, and it causes challenges for all of us. And when there's a big proponent, a front-ender can help deal with that. Whether it's part of this 2-year extension and it happens a bit between the proponent and staff, or whether it happens as part of a rezoning and so on, I would like to understand if there are options beyond a front-ender agreement to share some of these infrastructure costs in a localized manner. Because for me, that is the issue here. We want to support this business, but we also understand the life safety issues of having that adequate fire supply. So we need to find, I guess I'm still convinced that we can come up with some more ways to make that work. And again, maybe this happens through the rezoning discussion or this 2-year extension. And I hope with the resolutions tonight, we have a couple paths we can start following to achieve some of that. Thank you.
Councillor Herford.
Yeah, thank you for bringing this forward. I think it's worth a look at that, at the zone, and see if changes there are warranted, and potentially there's a lever that to help to resolve this through this process. So I'm happy to support. Thank you.
Anyone else? Call the question. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much, staff, for joining us. Thank you very much to the Carsons and everyone else who came to support them. We'll take a 10-minute recess just to have a stretch break. It's going to be a long night. All right. Thank you. We are back in our business meeting. Believe it or not, we're only on item 6A2, development permit 547-439-541 Queensway. And I am turning the floor over to Ms. Phil for the presentation.
And we'll be off. Hey, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Asia Philp, planner with Community Planning Department. Tonight I'm presenting the development permit application for 39541 Queensway. This application includes a height variance that I'll discuss later in the presentation. So here's an aerial overview of the site, and the surrounding land uses are shown here. The site's outlined in red and it fronts Queensway and Pioneer Way. It's the last site to go through the DP process in the mixed use district or MUD 1 block that underwent rezoning in 2017. The site falls within DPA 3 and it triggers the permit application brought forward for tonight. So this slide provides some further context for the mixed use district. The subject site is highlighted in red and is currently undeveloped. DPs have been issued for 4 other properties in the district. 39666 Government Road, shown in green, is the only one that's reached completion and occupancy, and the other 3 sites shown in yellow are in various stages of construction. So renderings of each of the neighboring sites provide some additional visual context for how the mixed-use district has been developing out over time. And as we're building out, we've been acquiring pedestrian path statutory rights-of-ways throughout the block to ensure connectivity both between and through the block. The red arrows show registered rights-of-ways, and the yellow arrows show the pending connections that we will acquire if this DP is approved. So the proposed development site consists of a 6-story mixed-use building above a partially sunken parkade. It's a mix of light industrial and commercial space for the 1st and 2nd stories. The 2nd story is mezzanine space inside the units. There's 108 residential units proposed through the 3rd and 6th stories. 34 of these units are proposed as purpose-built market rental as per the MUD 1 density bonus section. These will be preserved in perpetuity through proposed housing agreement bylaw 2806, which is on the docket for first 3 readings later tonight. The development proposes a mix of indoor and outdoor amenity spaces on site. There's large indoor amenity spaces on each of the residential floors. These greatly exceed the minimum indoor space requirements in the zoning bylaw, and there's also a rooftop amenity space for the residents. There's also several publicly available open spaces spread across the development. These are highlighted here in red. Each space is programmed. They have benches, picnic tables, and various types of play equipment. And the spaces integrate with the patio spaces that will be available to future commercial tenants. Pedestrian access points are shown with the yellow arrows here. There's access from each street to each side of the building, as well as a mid-building covered walkway that splits the building up at grade and provides an east-west pedestrian connection through the site. All of these open spaces will be secured through public access statutory rights-of-ways. So this image shows the proposed development and streetscape from two perspectives along Queensway. The employment space units are designed to open up and spill out onto the internal sidewalks, particularly around the outdoor and playground spaces to the north and south, as well as having units that face into the mid-block cut-through space. So as noted, the site falls within DPA 3. The Universal Development Permit Area guidelines are included in your report package, and I'll just highlight a few of the design guidelines here. The development has multiple cladding treatments. It features a mix of standing seam sheet metal colors and wood tone siding across the building facades. And at the street level, the employment space units feature extensive application of wood columns, canopies, and screens along the building faces. The architectural design is aesthetically aligned with the other Mud 1 developments, so we're getting some cohesion across this whole block. The development orients to each public street front. It provides pedestrian links from these roads up to the development, and the number of vehicle accesses are limited to only 2 along Pioneer Way, so that leaves us the entire length of Queensway along the frontage for uninterrupted, safe movement of pedestrians and cyclists. And the project also incorporates public art installations on site, including several life-size sculptures of elk and their fawns. And generally, the design as proposed meets our DPA 3 guidelines. So the applicant is requesting a height variance to increase the maximum height from 17 meters up to 18 meters. And this will allow for both increased interior light industrial commercial unit heights, and it will also allow for 3-bedroom apartments on the upper 2 stories of the building. There's no other 3-bedroom units in any of the other Mud 1 developments, so these 3-bedroom units will be bringing some slightly more affordable, family-oriented options to the neighborhood. Updated shade analysis was completed by the applicant, and this shows that the increased height does not impact the northern adjacent residential development during the spring, summer, and fall periods. And again, as similar to the other project we looked at Cow, it's only during the darkest periods at the winter solstice, before 10 a.m. and after 3 p.m. that you find that shading occurs. And this would occur regardless of that 1 meter height variance. So 34 units are proposed as purpose-built market rental. These will be secured in perpetuity through the housing agreement. 32 of these rental units are 1-bedrooms, and 2 of the units are 2-bedrooms. All of these units are located on the 3rd floor of the development. The project aligns with OCP policy, as well as Council's strategic plan priority areas, and some of the key aspects are highlighted here. I won't go into the details. District and legislative processes were followed for this DP application. Notification of the height variance was mailed and delivered to property owners and tenants within 100 meters of the site, and we have not received any public comments to date through the whole process. So that concludes my presentation on DP 547, and I'll finish by quickly running through the formal staff recommendation, which is to authorize the DP subject to the housing agreement, the public access stat right-of-ways, the flood covenant, a no gas covenant, and the registration of the lift station covenant. And I will pass it back to the chair for questions and comments.
Thank you, Ms. Philp. Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, Can I just confirm that this project is receiving the density bonus as a result of the market rental unit?
Correct.
But the market rental distribution is not achieving our policy for 3 bedrooms. So is that just not included in the density bonusing?
Correct. The density bonusing in the MUD is not explicit about that policy, and it has not been enforced across any of the other MUD 1 previous developments.
Thank you. That's really unfortunate. And then I was also just curious about from after the ADP meeting minutes, there was the close off of the entrance onto Queensway, and all vehicle traffic is now going off of Pioneer. And I'm just curious if the district has plans for updating the Pioneer Queensway intersection, given increased traffic both from there and then the realignment of Pioneer Way.
Yes, correct. So we do have plans to upgrade Pioneer. If you want any further detail, I can call on Devin Keenaga to provide that.
Other questions? Councillor Pettingill.
Thanks. Just wondering if we have policy around the specific amount of outdoor space, in particular play space. You mentioned there's significant, I believe you said, over the requirements of indoor space. Can you speak to our requirements for outdoor play space, if there are any, and how this lines up?
Yep. So through the chair, the MUD 1 zone does have requirements for common open space. It's 15%, I believe. I'll double check. Yeah. So yeah, the requirement is 15% and the application is meeting that.
And sorry, is that 15% of lot size, or like does it take into account the number of stories, like the number of units, or it's strictly?
It's 15% of the lot area.
Are you done, Councillor Pettingill? Councillor Herford.
Thank you. In the report, it says that the Class A bicycle parking stalls are contained in the individual residential units. And what does that look like in practical term?
Yeah. Through the chair, so on the building plans for the individual units, it shows the 2 bike parking spaces that are dimensioned and that meet our bylaw requirements. So residents would bring their bicycles up in the elevator or the stairwell and store them in their units.
And has this approach been used in other developments? This is the first time that that jumped out at me, like in our area.
No, it's in the majority of our multifamily applications. Yeah, usually there's a mix between the parkade and maybe one in the unit.
Ms. Phillip, can you speak to, I know through our zoning bylaw, we have so many parking spots that have EV chargers and then others that are roughed in. But what I notice when we put the EV chargers in is that we don't actually ever leave any in the visitor parking, so that those who might end up with an apartment without an EV charger and they're renting, is there a public one available on site that they can use, or do they have to borrow their neighbors?
Yeah, so through the chair, there's a requirement for 10% EV charging for the commercial spaces. And under the MUD 1 zone, the commercial spaces are shared with the visitor spaces. So it's likely that there would be available space for somebody to charge who doesn't have the dedicated residential space.
In the MUD 1 zoning, we sort of thought more residential in the northernmost part, a little bit less in the middle, and not very much in the bottom, given that that was the interface to the rest of the industrial park. But the way that this building is being built is that all of the residential is spread sort of evenly across the building, it seems. But we were trying to protect those residents at the south from being adjacent to the business park. So is that how we intended the density bonus to work, or how are we protecting those residents that are towards the noisier end versus the residents who are now adjacent to a single family neighborhood?
So I'll go and then maybe I'll pass it to Jonas to finish off. So this area that we're looking at for this site is area 3 and 2. So the boundary was for the industrial area was actually drawn further to the west, where it was anticipated that the industrial on the other side of Pioneer would be located. Jonas, do you want to elaborate on that, or?
No, not really. Asia hit the nail on the head. It was seen that this corner on Pioneer and Queensway, deserved a different treatment than just industrial, because it was on the corner, and then it gets more industrial on the south side as you go west.
Your motion includes a no gas covenant, but the staff report says the applicant has agreed to enter into a no gas covenant for the residential portions of the building only, but your motion just says no gas covenant. So I just wanted to be clear which one we're talking about.
Yeah. And sorry I can add that clarity. So it is just for the upper stories, not for the ground floor light industrial / commercial.
And then I'm just trying to understand, and I still don't read architectural drawings very well, but the loading zone is at grade. So I'm thinking of North Yards 1 and 2, they're up much higher.
Yeah.
And so the commercial units are up above this podium. But here it feels different. And I'm just trying to see if the loading actually works for the commercial units.
Yeah. So through the chair, I'll just quickly share the site plan here. I can get that going. So there's a few loading spaces through the site. So the loading spaces that are on the east side, these are at grade with the commercial units. But the loading spaces that are to the west, to the northwest corner here, these are at a slightly lower grade, and they will have to use the ramps, which are located right here, in order to get up. There's not a huge elevation difference. I think it's about maybe a meter. So for lighter things, you might just be able to pop them out onto the sidewalk.
Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair. I'm just wondering if staff can elaborate. So the height variance request is the additional meter, and the rationale is to make sure that the commercial space is more functional and versatile. And I'm just curious what we envision that additional meter being able to support and what our average height is for commercial light industrial.
Yeah, so through the chair, the height variance kind of has a twofold application. The first one is for the commercial and industrial units. So that just gives us a little bit of extra height, which is always kind of valued by tenants. In this case, I think it's 19 feet combined height. And then with the mezzanine space for 40% of the unit, then it's just a 10-foot height near the backs of the units. But also the height variance allows them to do the 3-bedroom units that are all located on the 5th story and the 6th story. So there's a small kind of pop-up in the very middle of the building that allows for kind of a loft style apartment where there's stairs and it's 2 floors.
Councillor Pettengill, and then we'll go to the public for comment.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if staff can, in the section on massing for the DPA 3 guideline compliance, the staff report says it meets the guidelines. To my mind, this looks like a significantly massive building. And I can see that the requirements are, and it was a rezoning, but on Cleveland, there's a rezoning that would have met those same DPA requirements, but we said more than once, the massing is too much. And so I'm sort of trying to reconcile council's previous analysis that massing on a building was too much, despite technically doing what some of these guidelines say, whereas here we're saying it's okay. And so how do we, is that just the simple fact that there's more leeway because it's a rezoning and here we have to adhere to those specific guidelines and not so much the objectives of the DPA? Or, can we look sort of at the objectives and sort of say, hey, this really isn't hitting the massing piece?
Sorry.
Through you, Mayor. I think that we look at the balance. So yes, there's a difference when there's a rezoning and when there's zoning is set with setbacks in place. When there's a rezoning, there's obviously a lot more flexibility about what the future zoning looks like, what the height looks like, what the setbacks are. Here, everything's sort of set. And what I will say is that the difference here is, the location it's not downtown, it's the business park, so we have to consider that. And also there's breathing room around this building. It's not property line to property line. It's more condensed to the middle of the site. It is a big building on a big property, but it is within the zoning provisions. So we have to look at, a number of things to determine whether development permit area guidelines could be used to reduce the size of the building.
Okay, so I'll read my statement. Because there is a variance, the public does have an opportunity to comment. The proponent and members of the public will be given the opportunity to be heard either in person from council chambers or electronically on the telephone or from a computer with respect to the proposed variances to District of Squamish zoning bylaw number 2200/2011. There is a proposed variance to the zoning bylaw, and the proposed variance is outlined in the staff report. Members of the public are reminded that you may only speak to the variance during this process, and that variance is to section 39D, mixed use district, subsection 39D.3, maximum height to increase the maximum height from 17 meters to 18 meters. All speakers will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address council. There are 2 ways to speak, electronically and in person. I will first call on speakers participating in person. Please raise your hand and wait to be recognized. For speakers, please approach the podium and start your remarks by clearly stating your name and address. Details to participate on the phone or electronically on WebEx are displayed on the screen for those who have logged in from your computer or are watching the live stream of the meeting. Instructions are also available on our website. In order to get on the speakers list, if you're participating electronically, raise your hand on the telephone by dialing *3, or if you're on WebEx, by opening the participant panel and clicking on the hand icon. When it's your turn to speak, you'll receive a voice prompt if you're participating electronically, and if you're participating in person, please, again, just raise your hand. Any technical difficulties, you can use the chat function in WebEx to send the host a message or email hearing@squamish.ca. So I'll just see if there's anyone in City Hall who wishes to speak to the variance this evening. Seeing none, I'll ask our moderator, Ms. Murray, if there's anyone online with their hand up or on the telephone.
There's no one online, Mayor Elliott.
All right. So, council, we don't have any speakers from the public. So I will turn it back to you if you have any final questions or if someone is prepared to put a motion on the floor. We do have a long evening. Councilor Reyes.
You were waiting now for somebody to put it on the floor?
Yes, we don't have any speakers. I didn't see any more hands for questions. So if someone's ready to put a motion on the floor, I think this is the time.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
Staff recommendation is moved, seconded by Councilor French. Can we just add the wording "no gas covenant" for the residential area as part
Yes.
of your motion, just so it's clear? Thank you.
And I'm happy to support this. I actually kind of enjoyed reading through the report. I thought there was a number of really neat aspects to this building, the walkway. It is a big building, but I personally didn't have a problem with the massing because there is so much space between the building and the sidewalk. For example, it's so for me, it's not like some of the cramped situations we get into in the downtown area. I'm happy to see this mud zone kind of flourish. Now this will be the fourth and final building in that particular quarter. So that's a relatively new zone, and I think it indicates the success and the appeal of that zoning. It's been certainly picked up by the development public. I don't have a problem with the variance. The only comment I would make when I looked at that was, the two things that they're trying to do here, go to 3-bedroom and increase the height of the commercial, for me, I think are generally desirable. And so although this is the last of the mud zones here, we might consider that with other commercial mixed-use buildings where that to allow that kind of height and consider changing the zoning bylaw to accommodate that so that a variance is not necessary. But apart from that, I'm no other comments. I think it looks like a very nicely put together proposal. So I will support it.
Thank you. Councillor Pettingill.
Thanks. I'm not prepared to support this. For me, that the massing, right, when I first saw it, I think is really, it's too much and goes beyond what I think the guidelines, it's not just one or two guidelines. For me, it goes well beyond. And I think that's tied together with the variance a little bit and the no gas covenant on only the residential piece. The height adds to the massing, the variance. It also means more space heated with gas in the commercial areas, which I just think we're past that point where we can be doing that. If there's a no gas covenant on the whole thing, it would make it a harder decision for me. But I think definitely with the variance, and the variance is not compatible with residents only no gas covenant from my perspective. So I can't support the motion as presented. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Councillor Anderson.
Yes, I'm going to be speaking in favor of the motion. This neighborhood was the scene of vigorous discussion about land use and the fate of the neighborhood about 10 to 14 years ago. And with respect to the issue of the building massing and the scale for the neighborhood, those people that were not aligned with the fate that we're at now, they no longer live here. They sold out and they moved on. And I follow that debate closely. I think that we came to a solution with the mixed use development zone, the mud zone, and I think that this development is realizing the potential of that in the right direction, and with the commercial space and the 3-bedroom units. So I'm in support.
Councillor Herford.
Thank you. I'm speaking in support of the motion. I do feel that the MUD 1 zone is successful, but best suited for smaller lots. And this is what happens when it's applied to a larger lot, although it does meet all the policies laid out. So I'll be supporting. I do think the height variance is great for the functionality of the commercial space, of which there's lots in this development. So I think sort of that 1 meter spread out over all those units will be very, very much appreciated. And I do like seeing the 3-bedroom units included in this as well. So I'll be supporting.
Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, I will support the motion on the floor. I think that it is frustrating at times when the number of rental units and the diversity of the bedroom units provided are not up to speed with our current policy. But that is not something that we can address necessarily through a development permit with variances. I think with respect to the variance, which we're voting on, and the additional 1 meter height, I think it will be providing more functional use for the commercial space and will get us closer to that 3-bedroom unit mix that we're looking for more broadly. So I will support the variance as presented. Thank you.
Anyone else? Call the question. Any opposed? Councillor Pettingill opposes. Motion carries. Thank you. Next up, 6B3, development permit for number 582 for residential 1 on the Oceanfront. There's a new face in council.
Yes, I'll introduce Jessie Abraham, who is a planning consultant, and she's been working for us on this file, processing the application.
Welcome, Miss Abram. All right, we're making progress. And now we're picking up again where we left off for DP 582, residential 1 on the Oceanfront. Miss Abram.
Thank you. So good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jessie Abraham, planning consultant working with Community Planning Department. This evening, I'm presenting development permit application for residential 1, a proposed development located on Oceanfront Peninsula. This application includes 1 variance. On the map here, the proposed location is seen in red. Residential 1 is located at the south end of Main Road on the Oceanfront Peninsula and adjacent to Oceanfront Park. A little bit of context. This is an overview of the land use and zoning. The site is zoned CD 69, Block B, primary employment, and falls within the Oceanfront sub-area plan. The site is subject to DP Area 12 for Oceanfront and is also within the 20-year phase development agreement. The primary employment area is intended to provide a wide variety of employment uses ranging from light manufacturing, commercial and retail, office, high technology with limited residential. The recently adopted changes to the CD69 zone limit the residential use in Block B to 8,000 square meters. In this proposal, 7,415 square meters of residential gross floor area and 975 square meters of commercial gross floor area are proposed. The intent is to concentrate allowable residential floor area in Block B to this residential 1 project. In doing so, it allows the applicant to maximize the amount of employment space on the remainder of Block B. Here we have the site plan. The site is located west of Main Road and directly north of Oceanfront Park. The proposed plan includes 2 buildings, phase 1 and 2, connected by a subgrade parking level. Access to parking is from mid-block of the adjacent North Strata Road. 167 parking spaces are provided below grade, and this meets the bylaw requirements for off-street parking. Loading is provided in the rear off the parkade access. Class A bike parking is located in storage units throughout the buildings. 2 bike storage units are located in the parkade, and each residential floor has a storage. Class B parking is located near building entrances at grade. So the development permit application proposes 1 4-story building with commercial at grade facing Main Road and residentials on stories 2, 3, and 4. The second building is 1 5-story residential building. The massings of both buildings are full height towards the north and terrace south toward Oceanfront Park. The buildings are proposed to be constructed of mass timber and residential will be 100% electric. These construction methods will be secured by covenant. The buildings will target step 4 of the Energy Step Code, the highest step for a Part 3 mixed-use building. The building siting permits a wider protected streetscape as described in the Oceanfront Streetscape Plan. A portion of the public sidewalk will fall on the applicant's property and will be secured with the right-of-way for public access. Forming character, the storefront facades of residential 1 are clad with gabion walls. These are steel wired caged walls with rocks. The cladding draws on elements found in the natural environment and links the industrial history of the site. Storefront windows will be limited to 25% window coverage to permit visual access to the interior. This enhances the pedestrian experience. The upper floors are clad with fiber cement and high pressure laminate panels, in addition to extensive use of glass. Colors and materials are in line with design guidelines, and quality of materials will be able to withstand severe weather over time. The north building elevations include art installations, and a covered breezeway on the south side of the site joins the two buildings, and this leads pedestrians to a landscape wind-sheltered courtyard. Residential units have covered balconies with retractable glass panels that will provide shelter from wind and rain and allow for flexible use of outdoor space during different seasons. Landscaping reflects the oceanfront aesthetic, and this includes local boulders, thick timber, and native vegetation. The courtyard includes a water channel and accessible pathways to amenity spaces throughout the courtyard for dining and lounging. Street trees and planting areas align with the streetscape designs recently adopted. Through the application review process, staff raised concerns in regard to noise mitigation in residential units from nearby industrial uses. Circled here as C1 of the sub-area plan, the applicant confirmed the following noise mitigation measures will be taken. Windows will be highly insulated. There will be airtight building envelope, highly insulated exterior walls, a ventilation system that reduces the need for open windows, and a retractable glass balcony panels that can reduce noise by 50%. Implementation of noise mitigation measures will be required prior to building occupancy. The proposal also includes one variance to increase allowable height from 4 to 5 stories. The proposal largely conforms to the zoning requirements with the exception of this variance. The intent is to construct additional residential units and to concentrate allowable residential gross floor area in Block B to this residential 1 project. In doing so, it allows the applicant to maximize the amount of employment space on the remainder of Block B while still allowing some at-grade commercial retail space in residential 1 facing Main Road. The applicant will maintain a maximum allowable height of 18 meters and will use mass timber construction as required by zoning. In consideration of the variance request, the applicant has committed to a contribution of $250,000 for a new playground in Oceanfront Park and will work with community partners to increase the total value to $350,000 or greater to ensure construction of a high-quality playground. The final design will be determined through the Oceanfront Park design process and will be required prior to building occupancy. The proposed playground location is circled here in red, near the presentation center and adjacent the proposed park shelter. The application was reviewed at the advisory design panel on February 17th, and the panel did support the residential 1 Oceanfront project as presented, with the following comments included: support for balcony and courtyard design, appreciation for high quality of materials, appropriate density, outdoor seating and patio heater considerations, and support for gabion wall design. District and legislative processes were followed for this application and no comments were received. No public information meeting was held. Staff recommend that council approve the following resolution, including development permit conditions and the proposed variance as shown on the drawings included in attachment 2 of this report. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Abraham. The public also has an opportunity to speak to the variance on this one tonight, but I'll go to council first to see if you have any questions. Councillor Stone.
Thank you. Through the chair. Can you just confirm, so the height variance is an additional story, but not necessarily an addition in actual meters? And so with the 5th story, what is the proposed final meters in height, or height in meters?
The proposed final height is 18 meters. So the zoning allows 18 meters or 4 stories, whichever is higher. So the variance is requesting 5 stories.
Thank you. And then part part of the rationale here is to try and concentrate all the allowable residential into one building and maximize the employment in the rest of Block B. But it's not concentrating all of the residential. There's about 500 meters, 600 meters squared that is not in this proposed building. So I'm just curious if there's a plan for where that goes.
Through you, Mayor, that's right. So there is a little bit of leftover. The proponents could probably utilize it as a caretaker unit somewhere in another employment building. I think that would be our expectation if it does come through.
Councillor Race.
Thank you. I'm curious about the mesh enclosed rock as a sort of a building form. I'm probably it has somewhere, but I don't recall seeing that as part of a building facade. Yeah, I mean, is it durable? Does the mesh rust? Does it require maintenance? Do we use it anywhere else in the district, or is this the first one? The only other place I can remember seeing that is on the highway construction. But anyway, I was just curious about its applicability or suitability to this kind of a building and how much maintenance it might require or how long it's expected to last.
So through the mayor, I am not sure in terms of the maintenance requirements of the gabion walls. It was considered a high quality material when it was reviewed by the advisory design panel. And I can't speak to whether it has other uses in the community.
Through you, Mayor, yeah, it's not a usual material that we see. And I actually can't think of another development that's used it in that way.
Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. The architectural drawings talk about EV charging. Unless I read too fast, I didn't see that in the staff report. So I'm just wondering if you can summarize what are the EV charging commitments and how or when do we secure that? Or does it just because the architectural drawings are attached, that's what it is?
Yes, thank you. There are EV charging provided in the underground parkade. It wasn't for 100% of the stalls, but I can double check to see how many are provided.
Okay, thank you. And would that be secured at a later stage, or we do that now, or when, or how does that happen?
Through you, Mayor, normally so the plans get attached and they're part of the development permit. And that's, the proponent has to follow those. And if they want to change that, then it'd be another trip back to council.
Okay, so that would be the architectural drawings then by the plans. Okay, so that leads into my next question because they talk about 93% renewable energy. In our resolution, it says 100% electric, no gas. And then I heard something, a mention of no gas for the residential piece, but it's called residential 1. And so I'm a bit confused about what is the commitment on no gas. Is the whole thing, all the residential and commercial covered by this development permit? Or is it just the residential piece of the residential 1 development?
Thank you. And thank you for that. I should clarify that it is 100% electric for the residential portion of the proposal, not for the commercial.
So we need to amend, if we support this idea, would need to amend the resolution.
Councillor Anderson.
I would like to ask about a question regarding the acoustics and attention to noise mitigation. I'll just read from the staff report. Staff raised concerns in regard to noise mitigation in residential units or nearby industrial uses. Now, during 2015, May through September, through probably 4 or 5 public hearings addressing 3 oceanfront bylaws, noise mitigation was a big topic. And the outcome was 2 covenants applying to the peninsula. They are respectively Schedule K1 and Schedule K2. They are different and they have different standards, and the stricter standard is the one that would be for the westerly side of the peninsula. My question is, which one are we talking about here? The AKA architect letter, mitigation letter, acoustic does not specify which standard, which industry covenant it is working with. And I ask this because I believe it's an important question. There are some unknowns as noise mitigation issues evolve over time in the future. Which one are we dealing with? Block B, does it come under Schedule K1 covenant or K2?
We don't have an immediate answer, Mr. Henderson. My apologies. But what I can say is that when it comes to issuance of the permit and then the occupancy permit, they would have to meet whichever one applies.
Thank you. I'll just leave that as registering that issue for next time around. The two covenants are different, and maybe it's something to watch over time. Thank you.
Councillor Herford.
Thank you. It's an interesting variance as it doesn't adjust the overall height of the building. So I'm wrapping my head around that. Is it the exclusive in sort of in phase 2, which is exclusively residential, that allows them to hit that 5 stories, where the commercial space we ask for more higher ceiling heights so they can't get to the 5 stories in that portion? Is that how we get there? I'm just want to make sure that what we're getting is usable, is within norms of heights, especially with the construction method.
Yeah, thank you. And I should clarify, so phase 2 is residential only, and that is the building that would require a 5-story variance. Phase 1 is 4 stories and includes the commercial. The commercial ceiling height for floor 1 is a little bit taller. I don't know that amount offhand, but that building would remain at 4 stories.
Councillor French and Councillor Race.
Thanks, Mayor. A number of items in the DPA 12 conformance table are listed as to be determined. Issues relating to ventilation system locations, to universally accessible common services and decorative landscape, plus rainwater collection and a few other things. So I'm wondering what prevents these from being determined now.
The rainwater collection has been specified in the landscape drawings, so that may have been an error in the report. The other item that you had listed there, apologies, I believe it was the ventilation systems. There will be a ventilation system that will be in place, which will help reduce the need for openable windows, but I don't know yet what that ventilation system will be. So there likely is some information still coming for that.
Thank you.
And just that those would be determined at building permitting when we.
Councillor Race. Your mic.
It was just back on the charging unit question. Last term sometime we decided that we wanted a certain percentage of the stalls, the parking stalls would have charging units, and the balance would be roughed in wiring. And I'm not sure if that made it in before or after as a part of the PDA, because the PDA was being negotiated, I think, around the same time. But is that one of the requirements for this development or other developments on the peninsula, is to have rough-in wiring for basically all the units and then a certain number of them with the finished chargers?
That requirement through you, Mayor, came in after the PDA, but I believe as part of the previous rezoning, I don't remember it offhand, but we might have secured something in addition to what was originally committed to.
This is the second DP tonight that's not hitting the OCP threshold for 20% of the units being 3-bedroom. And again, I'm wondering why we're not pushing proponents to reach that OCP goal.
Through you, Mayor, this is an OCP policy, so we utilize that policy in rezoning applications. For it to apply to development permit stage, we'd have to do a change across the zoning bylaw, and in this case, it wouldn't apply because it's covered under the PDA. But essentially, that policy is for rezoning applications, and the two applications we've seen today are development permits.
Development permits with variances, which makes them negotiable. And I think it's unfortunate that we haven't negotiated for residential 1 to include that threshold of 3-bedroom units. So, yeah, unfortunate. Councillor Pangill, you had another question?
Yeah, so I just want to follow up that because the architectural drawings are attached, they have to adhere to those. So that does have a 30% renewable energy sources for the space and water heating. And presumably, there's also the no gas covenant for the residential piece, but altogether they still have to hit that 93% number. And so that may, given the high impact of natural gas use in buildings, they may not be able to use natural gas. Like we would hold them to that 93% number as well, and they would have to prove out the total renewable energy source for the building on top of the no gas covenant for the residential piece.
Sorry, we're just trying to understand the question, and
We could get Councillor Pettingill to repeat a question or rephrase it if you.
that would be great if we could.
Okay, so what I heard is that because the architectural drawings are attached, everything that's outlined in them, like the charging or the EV charging is the first thing I asked about, that is a requirement because it's attached. And so it also has in here use of low carbon 93% renewable energy sources for space and water heating. So is that a condition that has to be met in addition to no gas in all the residential pieces? And so we would hold them to that when we are evaluating their energy uses for the commercial as well, to make sure that in net, the whole building uses 93% renewable or better.
The intent is to apply that to the residential units only and not the commercial space.
So how do we know what stuff in the architectural drawings applies and what stuff doesn't? Like, if the EV piece does, why doesn't this piece as well?
Well, I think because we've had specific discussions with the applicant about where does the no gas requirements apply, and that is just the residential units. I think what I will say is the compromise here is the fact that they don't have to do the commercial space. They could lower their floor, spread the building out, spread the residential use across the site. From a staff perspective, we thought it was important to have that commercial space in front of the park. So we didn't, we didn't push for 100% no gas covenant on the whole building.
But if we're depending on what's in the architectural drawings to hold the proponent to account, doesn't our resolution need to say then explicitly that that piece of the architectural drawings does not hold sway anymore, because presumably the rest of the commitments are still relevant?
Councillor Pettingill, you're diving deep on something that is captured through the no gas covenant for the residential area. And the wording in the architectural drawings is related to the residential area.
Yeah, I understand that, but we're also saying like EV and all these other things. The architectural drawings is what sets the standard. And there's nothing in what we've said that says, oh, except for because I don't, doing what I understand of the math, they won't hit the 93% number in the architectural drawings with the no gas covenant. And so I'm looking for them both to apply, or for us to be explicit about these things in the architectural drawings don't apply.
Mr. Val, in this case, is your argument with the gas?
Yeah, I do have a concern with that.
Okay.
But I think it does speak to a question then of, with anything in these architectural drawings, it sounds like we can't count on them being a commitment, because for this one, without saying it explicitly, we're saying, oh, well, we're dealing with it elsewhere.
Mr. Val, in this case, the 93% refers to the residential area.
That is my understanding. I mean, we don't know who the tenants are going to be on the commercial unit. So it could be a restaurant, in which case they might, want to utilize gas. It could be a retail, in which case they might not. At this point, and at the building permit stage, when we issue the building permit, we just won't know at that point. And so we won't be able to calculate the that 93%, including the commercial.
Can we move on? Okay, public does have an opportunity to speak. Councillor Stoner, do you want to ask your question before? Go ahead.
Thank you. In the staff recommendation under E, it says the provision of a new playground valued at a minimum of $350,000. I'm just wondering if you can refresh my memory on what has been committed in terms of playgrounds in the Oceanfront Park as per the phase development agreement.
Thank you. So what has been committed so far is $750 towards art installations, which is a play structure. And that would be in addition to this $350,000 valued new playground.
If I could just follow up. So the phase development agreement didn't actually secure a specific value. It just had kind of a drawing of a playground. And recently we've been going through this process of, okay, we're going through a detailed park design. We now need to know what we've got. And so we entered into a consent and acknowledgement agreement, which then secured $150,000 playground. And so that amount has essentially been up to $350,000. And in addition to that, essentially the consent agreement said you can either do a playground for $150,000 or you could do art installations that have play value, which is what the proponent wanted to pursue. They wanted to pursue the art installations that have play value. Staff thought that it was important to actually have also a playground that is specifically designed for that. And so as a result of this variance, we'd be getting both the art installations that may or may not have play value, and then the playground at $350,000.
All right. The proponent and members of the public will be given the opportunity to be heard either in person at City Hall or electronically on the phone or computer with respect to the proposed variance to District of Squamish zoning bylaw number 2200/2011. There is a proposed variance to the zoning bylaw, and the proposed variance is outlined in the staff report. Members of the public are reminded that you may only speak to the variance during this process. And the variance is to section 40 MMM.3.4 from block B height bonus. The maximum permitted height for principal buildings is 18 meters or 4 stories, whichever is less, provided that the following criteria are met. The principal building is constructed using mass timber construction. And the variance is to vary that to block B height bonus. The maximum permitted height for principal buildings is 18 meters or 5 stories, whichever is less, provided the following criteria are met. The principal building is constructed using mass timber construction as shown on architectural plans 15, 16, 17, 20, and 21 dated June 9th, 2022, prepared by AKA Architecture and Design, attaches attachment 2 to this administrative report to council. All speakers will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address council. There are 2 opportunities to speak, either electronically or in person. Speakers should start by stating their name and their address or neighborhood. If you're on the phone, please raise your hand by dialing *3. If you're on WebEx, please open the participant panel and click on the hand icon. If you are participating in person here in City Hall, you just need to raise your hand. All right, so is there anyone in City Hall that wishes to speak to the variance in this DP? Seeing none, Ms. Murray, is there anyone online who wishes to speak?
There are no callers online.
All right, council, back to you with any final questions. All right, Councilor Pattengill.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm still not clear, but the architecture drawings say, for example, deck overhang shading to promote passive cooling in summer. And there's a bunch of other things, so just pick out that one. Does that apply to just the residential building, or that those things apply to the residential and the mixed building?
I believe those would apply to the residential portions of the building because that's where the decks are.
Okay, so basically everything in Schedule A then applies to the residential building only, and then we don't have a set of commitments or architectural drawings that apply to commitments for the mixed building. Is that?
I think for the most part is yes, it's mostly for residential. I can't say that the line is black and white. And what I will say is that there's a very small commercial component to this building. The proponent doesn't have to do that. And so that's why most of these sort of commitments are geared towards residential. And from staff's perspective, we wanted to support that commercial as much as possible to make sure that it does happen in front of the park.
Councilor Stoner is moving the staff recommendation. I'll second that. Want to go ahead with your comments, Councilor Stoner?
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you to staff for the presentation and entertaining all of our questions of clarification this evening. I think that there's a lot to like about this proposal. I think the building design is great. I think it's reflective of some really creative architecture in the area. I'm excited to see another DP come forward for the oceanfront and start to see it build out. I appreciate the use of the mass timber. I don't have any concerns with the height variance that is being sought this evening. It's not changing the overall height of the building as was previously allowed, up to 18 meters. It provides an extra story, which I think is okay in this area. I appreciate the consideration of the stepping of the building and staff's effort to secure some level of commercial space in this area fronting that particular road, and the park I think will be really beneficial. I am a little bit disappointed that we're not hitting that 20% 3-bedroom target, despite this not being a rezoning and that being an OCP policy. I think it's short-sighted, both on the perspective of the developer as well as our efforts to negotiate for variances going forward. I don't think that's not where we need to be, and we know it's not where we need to be. And so that is my one concern here, but I don't think that we can leverage that at this point. From my perspective, I think I will still support the recommendation by staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stoner. Other comments? Councilor Pettengill and then Councilor Anderson.
Yeah, I will not be supporting this. I think in terms of the OCP commitment for the type of unit and the no gas covenant on the whole thing, we have other developers doing it. We're in an emergency, broken record. And I think with that variance there, we need to be looking for these things. I also find myself a bit frustrated tonight where there has been a lot of council attention and admittedly a lot of it from me on the no gas covenant and the lack of clarity about what we're actually talking here. The resolution's not matching up to the fact that it only actually applies to a part of it. And then we have sort of two very large buildings and apparently details and commitments that only apply to one, not just in terms of no gas, but a number of things. And so understanding what actually the commitments are is a bit challenging here, to be honest. And I guess it's a long day and feeling a bit frustrated, and people are probably frustrated with me as well right now. But yeah, I'm not there yet on this one. And I think we can work on some of the clarity on some of these about what the commitments actually are. Thank you.
Councilor Anderson.
In speaking in support of staff recommendation, I am particularly impressed with the efforts in the form and character and the building materials. I do not have concerns over the height variance at this Block B location. With respect to the no gas covenant discussion, I think, and I've said this in the past, I think our views and our focus will evolve to better incorporate beyond operational energy efficiency, the embodied carbon of the building and the building resiliency. In these latter two categories, I think that the design is taken admirable steps. Thank you.
Councillor Herford, then Councillor Race.
Thank you. I'll be speaking in support of the motion. I do find it challenging when we deal with these things that are subject to a phase development agreement or somehow some regulations that are trapped in a different regulatory time than we're in currently. But that's sort of the general comment, I guess. And then with to the variance requested, it's an interesting one because it doesn't actually affect the allowable height of the building, which is generally what we think of when we think of a height variance. So it's getting that extra. In this case, we moved to 5 floors of purely residential in the affected building, which I think does serve the overall site quite well to allow that and has no change to the overall allowable heights in the area. So I'll be supporting. Thank you.
Councillor Race.
Thank you. I will also be supporting this. I don't have a problem with the variance. In fact, I think it makes good sense here to concentrate the residential in the one building or the one development to allow for more flexibility for employment space in the balance of that block. I also commend staff for securing the commercial on the one floor of that one building, because I think that is a good goal to activate the area opposite the park. I think that is an appropriate place for commercial and will complement the park area. It's interesting, as I was looking at this, I realized that unlike most of the other developments we deal with, the residential will go right down to grade in that one building because of the whole grade is being lifted. And in this case, above a parking garage. So it's almost, just trying to think of others, but there's not that many where the residential does go right down to grade in this area with the FCL requirements in the various parts of the valley. So it'll be an interesting opportunity for them to provide some variation in some of the residential spaces because of that. I still am curious. I'm not going to make a big thing out of it. I guess I'm just going to have to kind of learn about the new techniques, but curious about the rocks covered in mesh and see if it works on the highway. Maybe it works on buildings too. So we'll just see how that unfolds. But it is an attractive development. It's there's architectural innovation, and I think it'll be certainly an attraction to that part of the oceanfront.
Councillor French.
Thanks, Mayor. And I'm briefly speaking in favor of the motion. Former Mayor Ian Sutherland would be happy that we're having this conversation. And for the record, that's 4 mayors back. This is more than just a marathon. It's an Ironman development. And I'll just add that I admire Councillor Penningill's persistence, and I'm not frustrated with his efforts.
I'll be supporting the DP with the variance. I would like to elevate in staff's mind the need to capture those 3-bedroom units any chance we have with an update to the PDA or a rezoning in this area, or when a building comes forward with a variance. I think the amenity space in these buildings is really thoughtful. There's very smart courtyard design that will protect people from the wind. And it's beautifully designed. I think our ADP actually sets a pretty high bar, and the fact that this didn't need to come back speaks to how well it was designed and the quality of the materials. I also like the attention to the wind protection on the balconies for the residents and how that will help mitigate the sound, as well as the other pieces in place to mitigate sound impacts. And I think the inclusion of the commercial is really smart to help activate this area. So I think adding that extra floor within maintaining the same height makes sense. So I'll call the question. Any opposed? Councillor Pettengill opposes. Motion carries. Thank you very much, Ms. Abraham. Council, we're on to our consent agenda. If there's anything in here that you need to pull because it requires discussion or with which you're in conflict, please do that now. Councillor Pettengill.
Letter 7B5.
I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. 5. Okay. Anything else? Would someone like to move the consent agenda? Moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor Race. Any opposed? Motion carries. We'll deal with that item later. So we're on to item 9. Council, would you like another brief recess here before we discuss rezoning? Yeah. Okay, it's 8:32. Let's come back at 8:40. That gives you 8 minutes to stretch your legs and get something more to drink. All right, we're back. We're on item 9A1. So this is District of Squamish zoning bylaw, amendment bylaw for 1001 Finch Drive, number 2874, 2021. And I will be turning it over to Ms. Philp to present
Application for 1001 Finch Drive for consideration of first and second reading. So at the June 28th Committee of the Whole, Council provided the following comments that are summarized here regarding the proposed rezoning. They directed staff to bring the application forward for first and second reading. The major comments were focused on securing a portion of the proposed childcare space and securing early childhood education worker housing. The property is located in the Loggers East neighborhood plan area. It's the first rezoning application to be considered under the mixed-use development land use designation. The MUD designation specifies that land should provide a flexible mix of light industrial, office, retail, and upper story residential uses. The site's about 3 acres in size, and it's currently the temporary portable base site for the Squamish Montessori School. It's also within DPA 1 and 3 and contains environmentally sensitive areas. So the proposal is for a mixed-use development consisting of 2 4-story buildings. Building 1 on the right proposes an 11,000 square foot childcare space on the ground floor and 44 purpose-built market rental apartment units above. Building 2 is proposed as a 100% employment space building, and the childcare space is proposed to be leased to the Squamish Montessori School for a 20-year term and could accommodate up to 100 to 120 children. Parking is provided via a surface parking lot under the hydro lines. So in response to Council's Committee of the Whole questions, the Finch Road design is currently underway with engineering, but has not progressed to the stage where on-street parking can be confirmed at this point. There is, however, adequate road space to include parking. So our intention is to work with the applicant's engineering consultant to determine what the best design is for this section of Finch. In the interim, to secure the opportunity to reduce the off-street parking and increase open space, staff proposed that the clause shown here be inserted into the draft zone. And the applicant's also open to completing a parking study at the time of development permit and reducing the on-site parking if the study supports this. So the rezoning application triggers our CAC policy. The CAC has not changed since the June 28th Committee of the Whole. It's offered primarily as cash in lieu, shown in the table here, and it meets our district's policy targets. On Council's Committee of the Whole request to the applicant to secure a percentage of the childcare space in perpetuity, The applicant has said that they are unable to commit to securing a portion of the space as it would be no longer financially viable for the project. Staff are of the opinion that this development is maximizing the amenity contributions that it can make at this time and are in agreement that pursuing further commitments potentially makes the project financially unviable. So in addition to the cash in lieu that meets the CAC policy, the applicant has offered the following amenities listed here, and the additions that stem from the June 28th Committee of the Whole are highlighted as well. So these include a commitment to low carbon energy sources for the upper 3 floors of the employment space, Building 2. This commitment is in line with several other recent projects, which include the 39541 Queensway project that you saw earlier tonight and is also located in a mixed-use development block, as well as the Plaza at Junction Park development located downtown. The applicant has informed staff that they're unable to secure any of the residential units on site as affordable housing for early childhood education workers, again, as it renders the project financially unviable. However, the applicant has offered what we call a right of first refusal option to the Squamish Montessori School for the school to lease the market rental units from the owner. The right of first refusal will be secured as a clause within the school's lease agreement, and this will be valid throughout the 20-year lease term. So to inform the community, per policy, the project was posted to the district's development showcase. The development sign was posted on site. A public information meeting was held in person on March 10th at Howe Sound Secondary. 3 community members attended the PIM. We've also received 14 written comments to date, and the Squamish Montessori School has also submitted a letter in support of the proposal, and this is attached to tonight's agenda as part of our public comments. So staff are in support of the proposal in its current form, and we're recommending that Amendment Bylaw 2874 be given first and second reading, and that a public hearing for the Amendment Bylaw be scheduled for September 6th, 2022. And with that, I'll pass it back to Mayor and Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Philp. Council, any questions? Councilor Pettengill.
Our childcare needs study, it's probably not the right title, but does that give any indication that we won't sort of need ever increasing amounts of long-term childcare?
Through the chair, just to clarify, the childcare target for our access rate at the 30% target that we've set requires a steady 80 to 120 spaces per year for the foreseeable future ongoing. Does that clarify your question?
Right, an additional 100 every single year or 100 and some odd. Okay. Thank you. And the other thing, you talked about precedents in terms of no gas covenants only on the residential portion, but to clarify, what we saw earlier tonight when we were talking about that, that's for generally permits where the zoning and so on happened a long time ago. I think my recollection is that recent zonings are coming to the table with full no gas covenants, residential and commercial. And so consistency with current rezonings would be full no gas covenants. Is that fair to say?
Through the chair, I think that's a fair statement. There is a mix. Some are making a full commitment and some are hanging on to the need to produce more commercially viable development that gives them the flexibility to have restaurants or cafes that I think are still trending towards using gas for their cooking facilities.
Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, just wondering if you can clarify, so we're securing the childcare space for 20 years under the lease agreement, but the proponent is suggesting that it's not financially viable to secure part of any portion of that space for a longer term. And I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around why that would be. So it's financially viable for 20 years, but securing it for longer is not.
Through the chair, yes, that's Correct. That's what the applicant has outlined to us. They are willing and able to make that 20-year commitment, but cannot go beyond those 20 years.
If I could add to Asia's point, through you, Mayor, it's likely because these commitments have to get registered on title. And so the proponent now has a tenant that's willing to take the space. You know, they have a lease agreement that secures the rent. And so the financing institutions, banks, look for those sort of things. And I think, you know, securing residential units for non-market or in perpetuity securing the employment space to one type of use probably sets red flags for those financing institutions. And because the project overall is not a big project, it's rental and an employment space, you know, I think that's where this project is kind of on the brink of feasibility. The more the more commitments we secure on title, the less desirable it becomes for the banks to fund the project.
But that 20-year commitment will likely see through the life of the financing of that project. And so I'm just having a hard time figuring out how that, so if it's just a 20-year commitment lease, does that mean it's not on title at all?
The lease will probably get registered on title. I'm not sure if it will, I'm not sure what the financing commit or conditions are, what the term will be.
But to follow up on that, we have another Finch Drive development that we've just approved that did not make the childcare piece a term length. It's secured as childcare in the building that's just up the road.
That's correct. But that's a much larger project with probably a smaller childcare space than what is proposed here. So there are, you know, the bigger the project, the more flexibility the proponents have in making the commitments.
Councillor Stoner, and then I'll come to you, Councillor Pettingill.
Just to follow up on that, at our previous discussion around this, we directed staff to potentially secure some portion of that employment space for childcare in perpetuity. So I appreciate that what is being presented right now for the lease agreement with Squamish Montessori is quite a large area. Did staff pursue the opportunity of a smaller portion of that being secured as commercial space, or sorry, childcare space in the long term?
Yeah, we did discuss that with the applicant and we weren't able to come to a negotiation point on it. Yeah.
Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, I mean, is the lot size significantly smaller than some of the other Finch Drive proposals or the other proposals in the neighborhood? Or is it just the buildings on it or the number of units that is smaller?
Through the chair, I'm not sure maybe what the ultimate question is there, but each site in the loggers area is different because they have different encumbrances that restrict how much developable area is on the site. So it's hard to compare between the sites, different land use designations in the plan and many encumbrances.
Other questions? Councillor Herford and then Councillor Race.
Thank you. I noticed the balconies facing north seem to be uncovered. They're just sort of sitting out the side of the building, which to me impacts their usefulness, where the others have some nod to weather covering. Is this something that would be contemplated at development permit time? And we'll just leave it to be addressed then, or is that something that we should be discussing at this point?
That's something that we'll cover at the DP stage for sure. Yeah.
Thank you. And then the second piece is the no gas covenant. I understand that some uses, restaurant use, for instance, likes to have it for their cooking surfaces. But when we don't restrict it in those commercial spaces, it allows for things like natural gas powered space heaters over the outside patio, which could just be on all the time and running, and where there are suitable alternates for that. So is there, in what's being proposed here, it's fully restricted in the residential, but fully open in the commercial? And I'm trying to think of some in-between ground where we can allow the cooking use and not those other uses that are GHG heavy, and there are other alternatives available.
Through the chair, that's something we can discuss with the applicant and bring a response back prior to the public hearing or as part of the public hearing.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that.
Councillor Rice?
Thank you. I didn't see it in the report. If it was there, I missed it. But is the thought of having a hotel gone from that building that's on Loggers Lane?
Correct. Yep. It's been removed and the use has been removed from the zone.
So what we're talking about with that building is the top floor is more or less office space, and the ground floor would be any kind of commercial almost.
Yep. The list of uses is in the zone, in the draft zoning, and it could be any number or combination of those, but most likely office given the ground floor needs of many of the other uses.
Great. Thank you.
Staff, I'm just looking at the redlined zoning bylaw, and under off-street parking, it has crossed out apartment dwelling, one space per dwelling unit. So does that mean we're defaulting back to section 41.7?
Correct.
Okay. And that varies depending on the unit size.
Exactly.
And then we'll deal with any, if we get spots on the street, we can then vary it according to the language you've put in.
Yes,
Okay.
at the DP stage, or if a traffic and parking study is done as well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pettingill?
Yeah, I believe it was this report that said that staff didn't support pursuing senior supportive housing because it's additional residential and trying to get the residential employment mix correct. But doesn't senior supportive housing, doesn't that imply employees to provide that support?
Through the chair, yes, but the primary use is a residential use with people living in that location.
Okay. Was there any discussion with the proponent on this, or was this strictly a staff assessment?
We discussed it with the applicant, but our preference was to get some sort of employment space usage that would generate hopefully a higher number of employees on site.
No questions? Yep, go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. And can you just remind me, the usable open space was dropped from 20% to 14%. And is that a result of the increased amount of surface parking, if I remember correctly?
Yes. Yep.
Councillor Rice?
Thank you. And there was a piece of correspondence that we received recently with respect to the garbage containers near a residence on the property line. Would that be a DP issue? Was that a different one? Beg your pardon. Wrong application.
It's a long night with lots of things on the agenda.
I can respond though that the waste rooms are inside this building, so that would be addressed through the DP as well.
Okay. Councillor Pettingill?
Yeah, so the neighborhood plan says examples. Oh, sorry, I'm reading the wrong thing. Strongly encourage and provide density increases to development applications that commit to achieving the following targets. And number A, low carbon energy sources to be fully incorporated as the exclusive energy source in the development. So I want to clarify that this is a significant increase in density from what's there now. And so I'm just unclear why we wouldn't hold the proponent to that. So this goes above and beyond the fact that this is a rezoning, but the neighborhood plan, as I understood what we were trying to say when we passed this plan, directly speaks to exclusively low carbon energy. So I'm just wondering why we think it's okay to, from my perspective, not hold them to that standard.
Through the chair, so the only bonus that the applicant has exercised is the mixed use district policy around providing purpose-built market rental in exchange for a higher amount of employment space. And the section that you're referencing is policy.
Okay, so then putting the earlier conversation together, does that mean they could put a bit more density here? We have the policy to support that, and then therefore make it more workable in terms of no gas covenant and childcare and some of these other things that we're seeing in the other developments. They're just choosing not to do that.
That's for you, Mayor. I think the proponents have proposed not to utilize all of the density or other density bonus provisions, but those are options under the plan. It still meets the plan policy.
All right, council's staff have proposed 2 readings with a public hearing on September 6th. So you can move that, or you can move something else of your choosing. Council Pettingill?
I will move to refer this back to staff.
Is there a seconder on that option? Not seeing one. Is there another motion for the floor? Council Race?
I'll move the staff recommendation.
Is there a seconder for that? Councilor Anderson. Go ahead, Council Race.
Thank you. So this is first and second reading, not approval in principle. And I think it's certainly not everything we asked for is there. There may be constraints to the developer that just don't allow that. But I think this project is in a form that is suitable for taking to the public hearing and getting public comment. And so we'll support it at this stage to keep on going through the process.
Councilor Anderson? Nope. Other comments? Councilor French, then Hereford, Pettingill.
Thanks, Mayor. I think that this project is definitely ready for going to the public hearing, and I'm looking forward to hearing neighborhood feedback on what's proposed. Thanks.
Councilor Hereford?
Thank you. And in our time of dealing with this project, we've heard from the public extensively, and the majority of that feedback was around the hotel use, which has been removed. There was also some concern around shading, which was addressed at our last time we dealt with this at the committee of the whole. So I want to make sure that that shading report is part of the presentation as we move to public hearing. And as I mentioned in my questioning earlier around the specifics of the no gas covenant, I would really appreciate having that addressed, the particulars of that addressed in that presentation as we go to public hearing as well. But I'm supportive at this time. Thank you.
Councilor Pettingill?
Yeah, thanks. I will not be supporting this. I feel like we've given lots of feedback multiple times, and I haven't seen changes that align with that. In my reading of what I feel is a significant amount of feedback, definitely the hotel floated to the top, and it's good to see that go. But I think the height and the design of the building and so on, there's still a lot of concern about that. And some of those things, I think, there's always trade-offs. And for me, I'm not seeing an adequate level of addressing some of those concerns. I think reflecting on this and our priorities and so on, I would be willing to consider counting some of the previous concessions the developer has made to, or not concessions, but support the developer has given the Equestrian Society and the Montessori school, but I think addressing the childcare piece and the no gas covenant throughout is really important, especially given the design and the height of that building and the impact on the neighborhood. I think those things need to be considered together. I think we just bought an induction stove. It works far better than gas, far more precise, far quicker. And the restaurant industry is not going to change if we don't ask them to change. And so we need to ask them to change. And so I have no qualms about doing that. I think we need to see this, from my perspective, address better some of the feedback from council. Oh, I would also say I do think, and I'll speak to it maybe a bit more with that letter I pulled, but we can't ignore seniors' housing needs either, and supportive seniors housing in particular. And I think the benefits of putting seniors housing with the employment that goes along with it, with the child care, all in close proximity. For me, there's some really interesting opportunities there that I think if that helps some of these other things be addressed, it is worth considering. And that's something I would be open to hearing about in the future. Thank you.
Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. I will not be supporting the motion on the floor. I'd be willing to give this first reading. But to me, the childcare space is very critical, and I think it's generous in what is being provided here. But without being able to secure that long term in this development, at least a portion of that square footage, I think it really undermines the success of this project. The market rental is definitely needed in our community, and appreciate the offer for the first right of refusal for ECE workers. I think that goes a long way, but there's still a gap there for me in terms of securing the childcare space long term. And I may not fully understand the financing of these projects, but if we're securing it for 20 years, to me, that's probably the majority of the financing term. And so I'm confused as to why that's not going to, that would change the viability. I do think that some further detail on the no gas in the commercial space, and appreciate my council colleague's suggestion of a middle ground, perhaps allowing some for cooking, but not for space heating in the commercial area. And I'm still really challenged by the reduction of the open space, not reaching that 20% mark and dropping down to 14%. So those are elements that I would hope to see addressed in some way before this comes forward to public hearing. But yeah, that's where I sit.
I'll support first and second reading, but I don't think in any rezoning we should be approving gas. So it's just a no gas covenant. There's simply no reason in a rezoning to allow any wiggle room on that. And I think we're giving on a lot of other things that we can't seem to secure. I think at public hearing, I'd like to hear a much better justification for why a portion of the childcare cannot be secured for the long term. I haven't heard a good explanation. And like my colleague, Councillor Stoner, it seems to me that 20 years would pretty much take the proponent to their mortgage end. And so why wouldn't we try and secure some of that in perpetuity? It simply doesn't make sense to me yet. And appreciate the flexibility that staff have provided in the wording so that we may be able to reduce the surface parking lot, which just generally think would be better as more open space. So I'm glad that we still have some wiggle room there. I think there's design issues with this building that can be addressed at DP, and I think the ADP will have something to say about how this massing is sitting in this neighborhood. But this is a rezoning. I think the rental is very important and is required in the Loggers East area. But yeah, at public hearing, I'd like to see that no gas covenant secured across the entire two buildings, and a better explanation for why we can't secure childcare, at least a portion of it, longer than just 20 years. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Councillor Pettengill, Councillor Stoner opposed. Motion carries. Thank you. Council, we did give a DP for 39541 Queensway, and so we can entertain 9B1 District of Squamish Housing Agreement Bylaw number 2806-2021. Councillor Stoner? I'm not sure there's a presentation on the housing agreement.
No
It's our
presentation.
standard issue housing agreement.
Yep. Here for questions.
So are there any questions? Okay, so you're moving that, Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor Herford. Any further comments? Councillor Pettengill?
I will support this, even though I did not support the DP. The DP did get supported, and so there's no advantage to be had by voting this down. So I will be supporting this.
Call the question. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, we get a 5-minute recess before Councillor Anderson takes us to through the marine zoning bylaw. Okay, we are back in our meeting. We're on item 9C1, District of Squamish zoning bylaw, amendment bylaw for marine zones, number 2771, 2020. Ms. McJanet is joining us electronically. Thank you for your patience, Ms. McJanet. We've had a very large agenda. Councillor Anderson assures me he only has 5 questions. But I'll turn it over to you for your presentation.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Mayor Elliott. Hello to Council. I'm sorry I'm not with you there in person. This evening, I am presenting Zoning Amendment Bylaw 2771 for second reading so that we can move forward with the marine zoning regulation update, hopefully before the end of the year. This follows an extended pause to ensure adequate opportunity for additional inputs by intergovernmental agencies and primarily Squamish Nation, as well as the public, following our last touch point with Council in October 2021. And this is when additional amendments related to log handling and storage provisions were presented. Tonight, I will quickly recap the bylaw development process and milestones and summarize continued engagement, research, and inputs received last summer and fall, as well as some final inputs from Squamish Nation that we just received. And I'll highlight bylaw revisions and recommendations presented tonight for direction. As a reminder for the community and council, the geographic scope for marine zoning is shown here, and it includes submerged lands and waters, both navigable and non-navigable marine and foreshore areas within the municipality, from the upper reaches of the Mamquam Blind Channel to the west side of Howe Sound to Woodfibre and along the eastern coastal shores past Darrell Bay to Watts Point. And so this new marine zoning, as you know, predominantly addresses marine waters, historically zoned resource, as well as some former industrial marine areas that have transitioned to other uses over time, such as commercial marinas and parks. And the majority are Crown aquatic lands and waters held by the province of BC. The bylaw also includes an updated zoning bylaw Schedule A, which is the mapping for the entire municipality. And that's presented in attachment 1 of the staff report and shows a summary of the map changes that we've been adding over time. So these include the new marine zones, of course, as well as previously adopted zoning amendments, alignment of zoning boundaries with legal parcel boundaries, housekeeping amendments, correction of errors that we've picked up over time, and of course, alignment of district and Crown and federal lands zoning, as well as First Nations reserve within the municipality. The marine zoning update actually began pre-COVID, so we've been paddling this boat for a while, and we've done a lot of extensive engagement over time involving intergovernmental and partners and agencies and community, plus a lot of sector-focused engagement sessions through 2020 to 2021 to develop these new marine zones. We began bylaw readings and referrals in March of 2021. The bylaw originally received second reading last May. We hosted a public hearing last June on World Oceans Day, at which point Council opted to rescind second reading to allow for additional engagement with the forest sector specifically, as you will recall. And that additional engagement occurred last year, and then we presented in October to present and discuss edits to the bylaw. Here's a little further detail on council's input and direction that we received at the June 8th public hearing, as well as the October 12th committee meetings respectively. I have included detailed responses to all inputs in the report in attachment 2. On October 12th, forestry engagement that occurred in the summer of 2021 with Ministry of Forests and forestry stakeholders and leaseholders, as well as DFO's Fish and Habitat Protection Program staff. So those engagement sessions and the proposed changes to the bylaw were presented. We received additional input. We received direction to proceed and to bring the bylaw back for consideration of another second reading. We referred the bylaw back to Squamish Nation and requested opportunity to review the changes. We paused essentially to provide additional time for Squamish Nation to review, as they had indicated to us last November that they did wish to review and comment, but they did require more time for internal review as they have many new staff and are increasing their capacity internally. Since last June, we have shared periodic updates to agencies as well as our marine stakeholder groups to kind of keep them with us as we paused and kind of waited for additional input. We engaged the community in the downtown marine access review, which was fantastic. And so we're at the point now where we're ready to move forward, and I'll share the additional comment from Squamish Nation towards the end of the presentation. Engagement activities with forestry were well detailed in October. As you will recall, we engaged with licensees and key representatives both in person and through virtual meetings with the province of BC and BC Timber Sales. We did Howe Sound on-water tour and site visits to log handling and transfer sites, and then hosted a virtual group meeting with forestry representatives in September with license holders that included First Nations forest companies, contractors, as well as industry consultants to review information, provide opportunity for input and discussion. And as mentioned, we did reach out and briefly discussed with DFO staff as well. Based on the dialogue with forestry, we have made revisions to improve the clarity and alignment of regulations applying to log handling and storage activities. And they are all intended to strike a balance with the site-specific review and development permit guidance that we have for future log handling and storage facilities within the district through our Development Permit Area 1. In brief, we added definitions for log transfer sites and log storage applications. We revised the existing definition of an industrial. We made adjustments to the resource and I-5 log sort zones. And in addition, we clarified and made revisions to the M4 log storage zone. And with that, we basically repositioned use conditions for log handling and storage that respected water depths and setbacks to water courses, and essentially adjusted those to more citing provisions within the bylaw. I'll clarify those in a couple slides, but essentially those were the core aspects of the bylaw revisions for log handling. So really quickly, here are the two additional use definitions that were added for log storage or log sort operations, applying to the I-5 zone, and log transfer site applicable to the resource zone. These are, the resource zone is outside of centralized log sort operations. And you can see the yellow highlights with the further edits that we're presenting tonight to include scaling and watering and dewatering as suggested by Council in October. The bylaw also includes tonight a more recent adopted definition of industrial for the base zoning definition, and adds clarity and consistency to be inclusive of log handling in more general terms in place of simply log booming, which was the former definition. And then as shown in October within the resource zone, the bylaw proposes some additional clarification for forestry use and technically replaces forestry, which has entirely provincial jurisdiction and regulation outside of municipal zoning. And instead, we're adding log transfer sites as a specific permitted use ancillary to forestry. And so for provincially permitted forestry operations within the resource zoned uplands, this use definition helps to differentiate ancillary log transfer sites and transportation activities that provide where tidewater access is offered and helps logs get to tidewater. Oh, actually, and I just wanted to highlight also within the I-5 log sort zone, we deleted outdated log sort setback and screening provisions 30 meters from property lines to make consistent with the general industrial setback provisions that apply to the I3 zone per the general requirements in our parent zoning bylaw. I think I just backed up a slide. Just 1 second. Sorry about that. Okay, and so the more meaty zoning changes occurred in the M4 zone, as you will recall. Essentially, they're described here, and apologies for the heavy text. The M4 provisions have shifted from highly prescriptive log storage conditions of use that required a 20-meter minimum depth and 100-meter setback to watercourses. These were applied across all sites and situations. And we've shifted those to determination of storage siting at development permit based on detailed plans and the application of our own guidelines for environmental protection. So this means that any new alterations or in-water structures would be reviewed on a site-specific basis as to siting under our DPA 1 guidelines in concert with Provincial Aquatic Tenure Application Review, First Nations consultation, and Federal Fisheries Act review. The location and setbacks and measures to prevent harm to fish and fish habitat would be then therefore based on biophysical and environmental assessment for specific log handling and storage areas. And this is more typical of development environmental permitting stage than sort of a more generalized or prescribed determination at zoning. We've kept some general siting provisions that log storage be set back from the high water mark in order to be in a sufficient water depth to prevent tidal grounding. And we've maintained a log storage and handling setback minimum of 5 meters from P4 ecological conservation zoning or M2 mixed use marine zones. The October edits also added marine-oriented tourist and recreation use to the M1 marine general zoning with subject conditions. And this was a response to community desire for more flexibility for supporting marine-based recreation activities in marine gateway areas. So this includes associated on-water storage that was noted in our continued conversations with stakeholders. And so this would apply to M1 portions also of the upper Mamquam Blind Channel area where water-based recreational activities were specifically flagged by stakeholders. A couple more bylaw revisions are presented tonight. In the M2 zone, staff proposed to adjust boat lift from an accessory use to marina to a principal use in its own right. And this recognizes that boat lifts may be a standalone facility in a service commercial context for marine refit and repair, and not necessarily part of a marina. And this amendment creates a little bit more flexibility in support of this marine sector. In addition, in the M5 zone, which is a spot zone for Darrell Bay Ferry Terminal, we have added public boat launch as a principal use in addition to the ferry terminal and the other principal uses that are shown in that M5 zone. And this follows additional consultation with the community through the Marine Access Review, where there's high interest and desire for the municipality to explore with the province long-term potential co-location of a public boat launch at Darrell Bay. We've had since additional discussion with Ministry of Transportation and Highways, and there is a willingness to review launch feasibility for community needs as we've detailed in the staff report. We've also tweaked the off-street parking requirement for public boat launch. We've increased the minimum vehicle and boat trailer spaces for each boat launch lane or aisle on a launch ramp from 8 to 15. And this recommended minimum shift is based on additional research that we conducted for the Squamish Marine Access Review earlier this year, and also considered the initial boat launch situational report. The previous minimum of eight vehicle or trailer spaces per launch lane is likely inadequate, also given there's increased recreational demand for and use of the boat launch facility in recent years. Finally, with respect to the Upper Mamquam Blind Channel, I wanted to return to the zoning that's proposed for the aquatic crown parcels in this area. As Council knows, feedback received through the zoning process and the Marine Access Review in Stage 1, that feedback and engagement, folks have reiterated long-standing recreation interests and desire for water-based connections in proximity to the Adventure Center and Rose Park and the Smoke Bluffs. Stakeholders have also highlighted the importance of marine infrastructure for tourism. Concerns were raised by some of Council in October with the proposed P4 zone for the northernmost reaches of the Upper Mamquam Blind Channel area. And currently that P4 zone, it does not allow outright for community water access infrastructure like docks or floats. I just want to note again at this point that marine navigation and marine navigation aids are permitted in all marine zones, and that includes the P4 zone within the bylaw. So I just want to make sure that Council and community know that navigation in and of itself, so that's actively traveling in, on, or through the water, is permitted anywhere in marine zones, including in that P4, in that proposed P4 zone. Including the uppermost reaches of the Blind Channel. I think there was a little bit of confusion by some members of the community in earlier letters earlier in the process. So I just wanted to clarify that. But what the P4 zone doesn't permit is the actual infrastructure like docks or floats at this point in time. As Council knows, and as we've presented in the past, the key rationale for that proposed P4 zoning in the uppermost area in the Mamquam Blind Channel has been due to the high to moderate sensitivity rating with high habitat values in this area. So that upper reach, it's a salt marsh with subtidal mudflats. There's significant riparian foreshore and vegetation, and it's already been a receiving site for offsite habitat compensation and enhancement for other Mamquam Blind Channel development projects. At low tides, there's very low base flows that exist in these upper reaches of the channel, and so there's a physical restriction at low water levels, really around water-based recreation access. Allowing access really only at the highest tides. And we've also seen tidal inflow in this area restricted by culvert crossings as well. We are generally recommending public recreation access infrastructure in areas that would have the least impact on environmentally sensitive areas, and in areas where practically you have higher water depths to avoid or reduce impacts and preclude the need for sediment dredging. We've had a lot of discussion with stewardship stakeholders in early focus groups and then ongoing in the community. And there's very much a careful balancing act that's required in the Upper Mamquam Blind Channel. And stakeholders on the stewardship side have definitely highlighted concern for impact of recreational activities on ESAs and continued habitat disconnects and habitat fragmentation. So those are some key considerations for us within this area. Staff at this point for the Upper Mamquam Blind Channel area north of the highway bridge, we're continuing to recommend removing that historic I-1 industrial zone in favor of a split zone scenario. So sort of staying the course with the original recommendation, which has P4 ecological zoning in the northern half of that Upper Mamquam Blind Channel area and M1 to the south. Staff absolutely recognize the dual and competing interests in marine access and environmental protection within the whole community, but also within this Upper Mamquam Blind Channel area. Constructing water access infrastructure in these reaches is seen as impractical for the foreseeable future, given the sediment, the low base flows, that central spit area, and that large habitat island, which does have limited navigability at those mid to lower tidal ranges. Staff feel on balance that there's greater benefit that may come with habitat conservation, connectivity, and the ability to still focus public access infrastructure to the south in this area to hit that happy medium. In the lower half of the Upper Mamquam Blind Channel, the M1 zoned area does allow for future access opportunities on the west side that's directly connected via the corridor trail within those lower reaches of Rose Park. That's within less than 300 meters of the Adventure Center parking area. And so for marine rentals and future upland recreation storage, that could also be focused, as I say, in that southern portion of Rose Park, which is zoned P3. That's also in proximity and close proximity to the hostel site as well. On the northeast side, on the Red Bridge project, there will be public water access, non-motorized dock on pilings that will be designed and implemented as part of the waterfront park and pathway system on that other side, on the northeast side, adjacent to the proposed M1 zoning. So with that, we also would just like to share incoming inputs that staff have received from Squamish Nation. Actually, these came in yesterday, just before this presentation. So we're really grateful to receive and to continue to work together on alignment of local regulations, guidelines, and ecosystem-based management plans. So the comments coming from Squamish Nation are to consider within our zoning Schedule A, the new stop-miss reserve boundary, which basically they're the former, I believe they're called the Mortensen lands. These have become additional extended reserve lands as part of stop-miss. They are Crown Federal designated as part of that addition to reserve process. So on the mapping in Schedule A, and on the next slide, I'll just show you how we've adjusted the stop-miss boundary in response. Also, Squamish Nation has highlighted the cultural and ecological significance of the marine area near stop-miss in particular, with full support for the P4 zoning, ecological reserve zoning of that river estuary. They've highlighted the importance of increased habitat and ecosystem function in Mamquam Blind Channel, the importance of mitigating shoreline erosion and habitat disruption, especially along the stop-miss waterfront. And we'll be working with them on signage, low wake signage for that area to help support slower speeds and reducing wave action in that area. The nation is recommending archaeological assessment for intertidal and estuary areas within the District of Squamish. And those were comments that we received earlier in this process as well. So we'll continue working with the nation around that with development review. And finally, they highlighted the importance of protecting, maintaining, and improving biodiversity for cultural activities and traditional resource harvesting. So these were important comments to provide, and we've had a number of conversations with Squamish Nation staff as well in the last couple of weeks, which has been fantastic. Okay, so here you'll see the ATR land transfer to Stotmas Reserve. So this is Lot A, Block D, District Lot 486, Plan 14258. So here, this was previously zoned I3. As council knows, reserve lands within the municipality do not hold municipal zoning. So we basically removed the I3 zoning from this new parcel that's been added to reserve under the jurisdiction of the nation. And also, I'm just highlighting here the support for the ecological reserve P4 zoning of the Stotmas outflow estuary within this area. And I will now just go to the recommendation and conclude the presentation. So tonight, staff, the main motion that is presented is for council to give second reading as amended to bylaw 2771, and that a public hearing for the bylaw be scheduled for September 6th at 6 p.m. Thank you so much for your attention, and I would welcome your comments and questions. I'll stop sharing the presentation now.
Thank you, Ms. McJanet, for that very thorough presentation. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. Ms. McJanet, what I'll start with is perhaps not so much a question, but just a tip concerning a typo or potentially in the map schedule for Valleycliff Scott Crescent. In your presentation, you referred to the I1 zoning. On the map that we have in our package, the former Dranker properties are referred to as RS1 as to existing zoning. So that may be a typo you may wish to check. At least this is what I see. So I1 rather than RS1 for the Dranker properties in the map schedule. Then I'd like to ask a question regarding the Squamish estuary, which is a study area, as is the Upper Mamquam Blind Channel under the Squamish Estuary Management Plan. And I'll just read from your staff report. Staff are aware of review and coordinated planning by Squamish Nation and DFO for land protection and habitat restoration. And further, enhancement project plans include riverbank erosion protection as well as intertidal marsh enhancement for enhanced sediment storage as a new equilibrium channel grade is established. But there's another part to it that has been discussed for a long time, and in fact, fairly serious exploration and investigation has been made for, if you like, kind of a sump within the river, not within the designated or proposed designated P4 area for ongoing gravel mining. That is an ongoing operation, a pad with some type of appropriate machine which could maintain the gravel situation over time. My question is, how might this work in a P4 zone? That type of ongoing or periodic gravel extraction, because that is a piece of the picture of a solution, a suite of solutions for that lower Squamish. How might that be compatible with the P4 zoning? And this is a proposal that has been made over the years from the Squamish Nation.
Thank you so much, Councillor Anderson, through to the chair and the rest of council. With respect to the ongoing, or with respect to the gravel mining within the Squamish or Stotmas estuary area, we haven't gone deep into the research and discussion with the nation around that. We had discussion with the nation around that P4 zone and clarified the intention of that P4 zone, which was definitely supported. I would definitely go back to the nation for further discussion around this point, having it being brought up tonight. If the intention of the works are, twofold in terms of habitat enhancement, restoration, as well as like sort of beneficial reuse of that material. I don't see that as a incompatibility within the P4 zone, but we would definitely want to take another look at and just learn more about that past proposal.
Thank you. I think that your treatment of the combined integrated plan for the Lower Squamish reflects the work done. I was a part of it a few years back, and at that time, the ongoing gravel extraction piece was something that everybody at that time also recognized needed further consultation. My final question at this time, I have a number of comments to follow, but it concerns the M2 zone setbacks and the illustration that's provided in the package, and I'm going to refer to the foot of Main Street. Now, the M2 zone setbacks comes up in the report in response to some email discussion from Squamish Blue Pacific Developments raises some concerns, but the illustration prompts some this question for me. How does that propose M2 zone setback as it's depicted at the foot of Main Street affect future dock infrastructure at the foot of Main Street? Is there anything there that needs to be considered, or am I misreading the setback provision? Foot of Main Street, any conflict with potential dock infrastructure at that location? That is the location of the former Harbor Ferries ferry dock.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Through to all the council, just for clarity, for the M2 zone, within the setback within the M2 zone for setbacks, there are projected side setbacks of 3 meters. And then if you're adjacent to a dedicated street end that provides public water access or a park, there's actually a more generous setback that is highlighted of 5 meters. And I'm just going to pause because I know exactly what image you're referring to, Councillor Anderson, and I just have to find it in the mountain of material in front of me. But essentially, I'll just start by saying that we are looking to have a little bit more generous room with setbacks at road ends and street ends, recognizing that those road ends are a focus for kind of public access, piers and wharves and outlooks and those kinds of things. Rather than having a lot of the water infrastructure super tight, we are looking for a little bit more breathing room and space, and especially if you have kind of back-to-back or abutting marinas or infrastructure. Also, the province has some best practices within their guidelines around that spacing as well. So we have tried to mirror the types of setback provisions that the province also has for commercial marinas and such. Being a siting provision, they can be varied. So depending on the site-specific proposal or consideration for new or replacement infrastructure, we can definitely have a look at that more closely on a site-specific basis. And that is also something that can be varied where warranted and reasonable to do so, and supported by council, of course.
Thank you. That's helpful. Thank you, Chair.
Council, motion to extend. Moved by Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Race. Any opposed? I'm just kidding. Motion carries. Who else has questions? Councillor Hereford.
Thank you. In the M5 zone, I was curious, there's language in there around ferry use, and then there's more general language in some places around marine transport. And can you just provide some clarity around those two terms and what's meant by each and so on?
Thank you, Councillor Hereford. Through to all of council. So ferry terminal is actually the one definition that we didn't bother to like formally define within the bylaw, but we did define most of the other uses and marine transportation service as a distinct use. So just to clarify, marine transportation services are commercial, means the commercial use and berthage of watercraft for passenger ferry services, tugboat services, boat rentals and charters, and water taxis. So it's kind of that suite of essentially passenger ferry type service or uses, boat rentals and charters, etc. And that use is allowed within the M2, the M3, and the M5 zone. And so that that use is an important use in terms of those additional services, and also follows some of our official community plan policy to support marine transportation within the community, and the connections between, for example, Darrell Bay and the downtown, but also the future potential connections between Metro Vancouver and beyond as well. So, and certainly marine transportation service is currently occurring in Squamish, and there's lots of future potential for enhanced and expanded marine transportation service as well. I hope that answers your question. Just let me know if it didn't.
Yeah, that answered my question. And I suppose the next step of that is it's a permitted use, but then any construction in the zone to facilitate that, how would that be considered? I know it's an interesting overlapping of jurisdictions there and so on. So both with potentially related to boat launch or perhaps outside of that, hand launching or other uses.
Thank you for that question. Absolutely. With the Darrell Bay ministerial order area, that basically where the province has full control over that area, any kind of infrastructure improvements for marine transportation service, definitely, through any kind of lease agreement with the province would have to be secured firstly. If those improvements or services are actually occurring by the province itself, they can continue. Where it's a third party, then certainly those infrastructure improvements and whatnot would require the municipality to get involved in, through development permit and what have you. But as far as the uses go, as prescribed in that M5 zone, the use is good to go so long, subject to council advancing the bylaw.
Councillor Pettengill?
Yeah, thanks. I'm not great with my terminology for different water courses, but the upper Mamquam, I take your point that marine navigation, we don't regulate that, and you can navigate in any marine zone. The upper Mamquam blind channel, the P1, P4 and M1 zones, are those all marine navigation zones, or is part of that some other sort of water course as it gets more brackish?
Thank you for that question, Councillor Pettengill. Maybe I'll start by just explaining that's all tidally influenced water. So there's, the former Mamquam drained into that area. There are limited flows going into that area now, but technically at higher water levels and high tides, you can navigate in there. It's just a matter of what your what vessel, if it's primarily non-motorized paddle boards and, small dinghies and canoes and kayaks that are really able to access that area. Under Transport Canada, the Navigable Waters Canadian Navigable Waters Protection Act, the federal government, Transport Canada, does not include that beyond, like, north of the highway bridge. They don't consider that part of their scheduled to navigable waterway. So they have drawn a line with those, with the rail and the highway overpass as being the extent of what they would consider navigable. That's relevant to permitting through Transport Canada under the Canadian Navigable Waters Protection Act.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm not sure I read this part right, but I take it that we are changing the requirement of parking spaces for a public boat launch from 15 to 8 is the proposal. And based on the feedback, I understand the desirability of having more spaces with parking spaces with a boat launch, but also thinking about the constraints downtown and in other places. Does this, I guess will this make it harder to make a boat launch work? You know, maybe it's not a perfect one, but at least we can get something if we don't push up the requirement to 15 spaces. And I'm just wondering if you can speak to the thinking there.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Pettingill. I just want to clarify, I think in your question, you highlighted that the bylaw proposal was going from 15 to 8, but it's actually, so it's starting, it currently, or when we last presented it, we started with 8 and we've bumped it to 15 as a minimum. And we're basing that recommendation on a lot of research around other boat launches, and 15 is still quite low and a minimum. I think we want to be realistic about how much parking we want to try and achieve for each launch lane. And again, with parking, with a future proposal, if it's occurring in an area where there is development permit for the public boat launch and infrastructure, that can be varied. But we did want to, I think, have a little bit of a reach there to see if we can actually ensure that there is adequate parking. We just wanted to be realistic. And given the use and the activity of the boat launch, right now, that's definitely a minimum need around per launch lane. So we wanted to be a little bit more realistic.
Okay, thanks. But if I heard you, there is the ability to vary that. If that was the only option and it's a launch with 8 spaces or nothing, we would have the ability to do that even with this bylaw change through a variance.
That's correct. Parking can be varied.
Okay, so my next question, you alluded to it in your report, and there's a few places where I noted where it seemed we had transitioned from, although they may have been in some cases prescriptive, what I thought were higher standards than the provincial or federal ones. And now we're just, it seems, mostly deferring to provincial standards. But we also have a biosphere, which doesn't preclude industrial and commercial and other uses, but from my understanding or reading of it, seems to hold some of these things to a higher standard. And so I'm wondering, seeing some of the provincial standards as the floor, I would argue, given the state of fisheries and forestry and so on, how are we, or what are we doing to make sure some of the ideals in the biosphere and some of the environmental values that are talked about in the report, that we are holding to those?
Thank you for the question. And I am assuming that you're speaking of the M4 zoning provisions, just to clarify, for log handling and storage sites. So I just want to confirm, Councillor Pettingill, that you're talking about the M4 zoning.
Yes, that's mostly where it came up for me.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I just didn't want to mistake your question. The M4 zoning provisions that we've adjusted, moving from that really highly prescriptive, the minimum depths and the setbacks, we've made that shift and recommended that shift based on the engagement that we've had not only with forestry but also with DFO. What we learned through that process was that those M4, so again, those are M4 sites that are those kind of remote log storage sites that are south of Squamish Harbor, that are occurring kind of between the Squamish Mamquam Blind Channel and Watts Point. So those are all historic log handling tenured areas. Those areas have a lot of them have deep water. Some of them don't. But what we heard from forestry and from DFO, the fish habitat protection program staff, and the same staff that are also working on the regional codes of practice for new and reactivated log handling sites. What we heard was that all those log handling sites are quite unique, and it is quite challenging to sort of apply a broad brush across all of those sites. And that really what's happening at the provincial and federal level, and also at the municipal level with respect to development permit area guidelines, is site-specific review. So the move to determine those siting considerations at development permit, the rationale there was that we can apply and look at the measures within our own development permit area guidelines, and also the measures that are contained within the Fisheries Act and that are coming through the DFO review and the Indigenous consultation review with Squamish Nation in this case. We can look at all those elements and those requirements kind of in tandem, and we'll be applying our own guidelines as well as the other federal and provincial guidelines. But we tried to find that kind of middle ground by not going so deeply prescriptive.
So does this mean then we would expect to update our DPA guidelines in line with some of the information coming out of Ocean Watch or the Biosphere Initiative and that sort of thing, which, and maybe this is my misunderstanding, but my understanding is that some of those would hold things to a higher standard than some of the federal and provincial regulations. So is that sort of a close next step to update those DPA guidelines?
That's a great question. Yeah, and definitely internally, staff in the environment team have already started work to track progressive amendments to the Development Permit Area 1 Official Community Plan DPA 1 guidelines. We've had some engagement and input from Squamish Nation already on those Development Permit Area 1 guidelines. And as we go forward, we will definitely want to make improvements. We haven't I'm not sure if it's part of in the environment team's work program formally for 2023, but just like we are in an ongoing way tracking progressive improvements to our municipal zoning bylaw, we're doing that for OCP as well. In terms of the Marine Stewardship Initiative and the work with House Sound Community Forum and the Biosphere, a lot of that work is definitely informing future amendments. So one example of that is some of the guidelines that were the draft guidelines that were recently published for dock infrastructure. And so those were informed by engagement within House Sound, Akatsum, with Squamish Nation. Some of our development permit area guidelines for marine aquatic already include a lot of those best practices for docks. So absolutely, we're going to be looking at all those things to progressively improve. I did reach out to DFO again in June to try and get an update for the Regional Code of Practice document for log handling for new and then reactivated log handling and log dump sites. But I haven't been able to get an update, and I also reached out to the province as well. Those were draft. We got a sneak peek at those codes of practice, and they were developed in 2021, and they were going through review, but I haven't been able to get an update. But we'll definitely be looking closely at those kinds of codes of practice and any other Fisheries Act amendments that will continue through that bill. I think it's C68 to restore a lot of the protections in there. So we'll be following that as well.
Not seeing any further hands. The staff recommendation is to provide a second reading as amended. I'll move that. Seconded by Councillor Rice. Any further comments? Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I'll start with making some
remember, you have 5 minutes.
Right, yes. Well, I'd like to, first of all, ensure that staff is congratulated Full marks for the description under economy and local jobs. It may seem trivial, but for somebody kind of that's been immersed in different aspects of this and very complex environment, I thought that this is a very good, full, careful description, and that could be said about a number of aspects of this report. I would have liked to have seen the access study and the proposed marine impact study done before zoning, but there is some cross-referencing, and we're learning as we go. But ideally, the zoning should have come after. Excuse me, under Section 3 in the report to council, there is reference to over time, alignment with downtown marine access priorities and plan, including but not limited to long-term community boat and barge launching will continue. What's missing there is ferry. Ferry is an active proposal for the Blunt Channel, has been for the last 15 years. These are shallow draft vessels. And so that short sea concept encompasses both barge and ferry, but we should not overlook it. And so that does deserve attention. The Block C in the marine employment area in the oceanfront is a significant issue. It's described, the handicaps there are described, the obstacles. We need to revisit this ongoing in our planning. It has major impacts for what we thought was going to be delivered in the oceanfront sub-area plan. Now, I'm going to focus on the Upper Blind Channel, and I'm not going to support the recommendation. I'm not in support of the recommendation P4 for the Upper Channel. Now, my focus is going to be on the interpretation given, and I'll quote from the report. Staff recognize the dual and competing interests in marine access and environmental protection. This presentation of conflict is misleading and mistaken. Further, quote, greater benefit may become from habitat conservation, unquote. Again, it's misleading. It's taking attention away from the need for ecological restoration. There is reference to outreach to the Squamish River Watershed Society. They are only one player in this area. Streamkeepers have been very busy in this area for 15 years. The Squamish Environment Society has 40 years of continuous wildlife observation data in this area, and they should not be overlooked in the engagement. And we don't agree. Jack Cooley, representing Streamkeepers, has written to council and presented to past councils with opposite points of view as Ms. Taube. And I venture to say longer experience with this waterway. Myself, I've grown up with it. I have with me photos of swimming, various recreational activities in this waterway. It has changed significantly in my lifetime, and I'm concerned about the misinterpretations that have arisen. In the late 1960s, when we started to think about ecology, the District Council launched a strategy of ecological restoration, improving freshwater flows to benefit both the recreational amenity of this waterway going through all the way from the Wilson Slough, what we call it now, through the Upper Blind Channel, and the ecology. River could help clean out Slough, 1967. This has been a strategy of the District of Squamish all these years, revisited continually since. 1971, Councillor Herford's father led an initiative to enhance freshwater flow. It was not maintained and it was limited in its scope, but we keep coming back to this need. I'll quote from a 2014 report from Cascade Environmental. Dredging in select areas would be an effective means of lowering these areas while at the same time enhancing the slough itself by providing cleaner substrates. I could go on, but the key message is this waterway needs attention, and we will obscure that need for ecological restoration by assuming it's a mudflat rather than a river or a waterway which would need to recover its attributes as a river. The Squamish Nation community has produced 2 large salmon welcome figures, which will be installed in the upper blind channel in next coming months. The purpose of that is to remind us all of ecological restoration. It is a major village site because it was a major fishery, coho and ulikin. It's there, these salmon welcome figures are not there to point to as a mud flat, an estuarine mud flat, but to a waterway with river attributes.
You're at your time.
So the place names there refer to river. There are 2 place names that we should recover from the Squamish Nation. So I'm very concerned about the misinterpretation and the incomplete engagement with local expertise regarding the strategy for ecological restoration with recreational amenity benefits for that waterway. Thank you.
Is everyone going to want to speak to this? Because if they are, I'm going to go around the table. Councilor Race, you seconded, so I'll go to you and then I'll come back this way.
Thank you. I'll be brief, but I do support this. This represents actually a massive piece of work. We're dealing at second reading here. This is not final approval. We haven't heard from the public as part of the actual zoning process. That would be the next step. But I think right now I'd just like to recognize the changes that have been made between first reading and our discussions after first reading and to second reading. And I now think that this is a bylaw that is now ready for public comment and consideration of third reading. And so I'm happy to support it.
Councilor French.
I too am speaking in favor of the motion and will also commend staff for the work on this file. In my experience, what we've had with the history of this file is good governance and listening to our constituents, our industry. We thought that we had it to a place where we could move it forward, and we discovered that wasn't the case. Backtracked, did some more work, and did excellent work to get us to where we are today. And I am looking particularly forward to hearing feedback on the P4 situation, the upper blind channel, when this goes to public hearing on September 6th. Councillor Anderson's thoughts about the history of this particular area resonate with me. And for that, I do look forward to hearing public feedback on that P4 situation in the upper Mamquam blind channel.
I will be supporting this. I also want to commend staff and Ms. McJanet in particular on the work that's gone into this. I think the P4 zones really stand out to me as a critical piece of this. Ms. McJanet has been a champion of the Marine Stewardship Initiative and other sort of related projects, and I think that really shows here. I do have some hesitation with some of the M4 zoning. I feel sometimes I feel that our DPA guidelines as guidelines are inadequate for the importance of some of the things that need protecting. And I don't think the provincial and federal, from experience, regulations hit the bar we're shooting for with things like the Marine Stewardship Initiative. So I want to stew on this a little bit. I'm not sure that's good enough. And especially if we have to wait for the DPA guidelines for a year or two after the bylaw is passed, that gap concerns me given the progress that has been made. But I do really appreciate the attention to detail so far. I also, given the report we had this morning about wood fiber and Fortis's work plans, some of the rezoning around the M5 concerns me. And so I want a little more time to think on that. I'm not sure that as written is aligned with where we need to get to. But I will leave that as there for now and look forward to hearing from the public. Thank you.
Ms. McJanet, we've kept you long enough. Thank you for your thorough reports and for your very knowledgeable answers to the questions that came to you this evening. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Counselor Anderson opposes. Motion carries, and we'll see the public on the 6th of September for the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council 9D1, adoption of the District of Squamish Code of Conduct Bylaw number 2919-2022 be adopted by Councillor Ford, seconded by Councillor Stoner. Any opposed? Motion carries. District of Squamish Remuneration Expenses Bylaw number 1503-1997, Amendment Bylaw 2918-2022 be adopted by Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Stoner. Any opposed? Motion carries. District of Squamish Business Park Road Closure Bylaw number 2878-2022 be adopted by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor Race. Any opposed? Motion carries. I can't believe there's a staff person potentially waiting to present this. So, poor Devin. Senior Citizens Recreation and Cultural Advisory Committee.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Devin Guest. I'm the Acting Director of Recreation and Culture here at the District of Squamish. And despite the time, it is my pleasure to provide the terms of reference for what will be the inaugural Seniors Recreation and Culture Advisory Committee, and inform Council of the call for committee members going out to the 55 community later this week. To action the recommendations of the Council endorsed 55 Programming Steering Group Summary Report. The purpose of the committee, as outlined in the memo, is to simply put, increase the social well-being of seniors through programs and senior-related issues connected to the previously referenced summary report. And staff are keen to kick off this new committee in September with a planning session designed to support the committee in meeting the objectives of the terms of reference. Staff look forward to further assisting and supporting the voices of all those seniors in our community. And with that, I'll say thank you and turn it back to Council.
Council, there's no decision in front of us. This is a receive for information report, but if there's any questions of clarification, happy to take those now. Councillor French.
Thanks, Mayor. The secretary description and the terms of reference indicate that the secretary will be elected by members, and there's a short job description. There's a blank line in there. Just wondering, like, did something get missed, or is that just a simple error?
Staff will certainly review that error and formalize it with the committee in September.
And are the meetings of this new committee envisioned as public meetings that could potentially be attended by interested observers?
I don't see why not. That can certainly be a conversation through this staff-led committee once things are.
Okay, and one last, does the staff plan include having someone take notes, create minutes, and then have potentially publicly available minutes after each meeting?
Absolutely. That is the role of the secretary, which in consultation with some of the previous steering group members, recommend one of the existing committee members.
Any other questions? Councillor Ford.
Thank you. Just in the structure, it's proposed that the chair is the director of recreation and culture, and is a non-voting position. Is that how these is that common in advisory committees? I just I hadn't seen a sort of a presupposed chair position for a body.
Yep, absolutely. The committee can be structured in a way that supports the voices of the community. And it was reviewed upon looking at a similar, I don't want to say executive director or ED structure where the voice of the board is facilitated through the chair/ED.
I'll move receipt. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Council Race. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Guest, for waiting this long to speak to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just note, Melissa, that on our agenda, it says end of consent agenda right after this item, but that needed to go just because we changed our procedure bylaw. So just need to move it for the next round. We don't have any late agenda items. That would be a cruel trick to play for you all. And nothing under correspondence. It was all under the consent agenda. So Councillor Pettengill, you pulled letter 5, so we will deal with that under item 13.
Yeah, so the reason I pulled this, it's the seniors report, the right person, in the right time, the right place. I just thought this was relevant to a number of issues we're talking about as a community. So I wanted to refer it to staff, and I just want to, I guess, before I make the motion, call out the things that I think are particularly relevant. So what stuck out for me in reading this is, as we think about designing our outside spaces and think about accessibility in general for building, thinking about not just physical accessibility, but dementia and suitability for those sorts of things. I think as the seniors committee thinks about programming, programming for those with dementia and so on should be, it's an opportunity for consideration. We speak about housing for daycare providers. We've started talking about it for doctors and wondering about other things. I think healthcare providers for seniors and seniors aging in place probably needs to be part of that discussion. I don't know where that falls, but I just want to highlight something that should be part of the conversation. And the other thing is we've seen some communication and so on about the sustainable living model. And I know that is something that can exist well in this space sometimes, and helping seniors find ways to age more in place. So I think that there's just a lot of really relevant information in this report that we should consider. And with that, I would move to refer to staff.
Seconded by Councillor Stoner. Any opposed? Motion carries. Just another note on the agenda, all the items under 14 now should be listed under item 8 in our future agendas. Sorry, I didn't catch that either. We have recommendations from Committee of the Whole, July 12th, to forward the ALC application as described there, and that's Council directs staff to provide a copy of the application package, Council's resolution, and the planning staff report dated July 12th to the ALC for information when considering the application. Moved by Council Ray, seconded by Council Herford. Any opposed? Motion carries. That Council receive the 3rd Avenue rezonings report for information, and that Council directs staff to work with the applicant to resolve any comments prior to consideration of first reading. Moved by Council French, seconded by Councillor Stoner. Any opposed? Motion carries. And that Council receive the 37707 2nd Avenue rezoning report for information and provide feedback as provided on July 12th, and that Council directs staff to work with the applicant to resolve any comments before consideration of first reading. Moved by Councillor Anderson, seconded by Councillor Race. Any opposed? Motion carries. Any business arising from the minutes? We have nothing under item 16, nothing under item 17, no notice of motion, I don't think. No. Okay. All right. You have been so patient. This is your 5 minutes to address council on the issue. We are on unscheduled public attendance. Just introduce yourself again. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Joanie. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me, even if that was a lengthy one. As I said earlier, I am coming to talk about the camping bylaw number 2829, specifically the section 3.3, concerning the Walmart parking lot specifically. So this is since last weekend, people living in their vehicles in the Walmart parking lot have received new warnings of enforcement of the bylaw 2829, prohibiting overnight camping in public places, including parking lots. That's the warning we received along another paper. And this is despite the Walmart support of RV camping from their corporate website, as well as when we had discussions with them. It has been confusing as it had been allowed and even recommended by bylaw officers who were asking people to move from parking along the railroad, as recently as this past Sunday. We understand that these bylaws have been put in place in order to manage environmental and social impacts resulting from increased seasonal visitation activity, but we are asking the district to hold on the decision to enforce the bylaw in this zone until a proper alternative is found for the reality of these people. Indeed, the documentation left on our windows included a solution which was directing us to designated campground. But after reaching out to these campgrounds, we were told that all of them were either fully booked for multiple selected nights or have a 14 days maximum stay, which is not a viable option for this community who actually work or live in Squamish for a longer period. In the same way, pushing people further into Crown lands outside of the Squamish district would only create more issues concerning bear safety, environmental protection, as these areas are not equipped for this purpose, which would make it way more difficult for people to manage food waste and just be overall responsible. Sleeping in our cars or van in Walmart parking lot has been the only safe and accessible option for a lot of us who couldn't afford or even find housing due to the ongoing housing crisis, considering even long-term locals are struggling to find affordable rent right now. The only other option, if we can't find housing, live in designated campground or in parking lots, would be to leave Squamish, except that shouldn't be an option considering the current considerable lack of workforces. Seeing a number of employed van lifers quitting their job due to a lack of living option would only put more pressure on an already overwhelmed system. A lot of us currently work in the service industry, in tourism, construction, landscaping. We work in childcare and hospitality, areas that are already struggling to find labor. We are not camping here, we are living here. We are locals who live and work in this community. We earn income by providing key services and contribute financially to the local economy. We support local coffee shops and clothing stores. We eat at restaurants and shop at farmers market. We are respectful and considerate, and we want to be good stewards of the environment and neighborhood we live in. We love Squamish, and instead of being seen as the problem, we would like to be part of finding a solution that will serve the greater good of the community. Obviously, that would be an ongoing discussion regarding which areas could be open as part of the solution. We've thought of Darrell Bay, we've heard earlier, the old ferry terminal, or giving access to the municipal campground, which is stated in the section 3.2E of the bylaw. It would also be great to clarify if the bylaw officers are allowed to come knock on our doors and wake us up in the middle of the night to ask us to move if we're on private property, such as parking along the railroad, which has happened to me and other people. But that being said, our main concern for right now is the Walmart parking lot, which we are asking the authorization for because, well, it's late and I'd also like to have a place to go back to. So thanks for hearing me.
Thank you. Just a clarification for the staff that are here. I thought our camping bylaw applied to our own municipal lots, but that we didn't enforce on private property.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, that is correct. So the camping bylaw does not apply to private property. So in this situation, the parking lot in Walmart is not included in the camping bylaw. Parking lot in our camping bylaw refers to parking lots owned or leased by the municipality. The bylaw that Walmart is relying on to enforce no camping or sleeping on their parking lot is actually the zoning bylaw. And the zoning bylaw indicates that sleeping overnight or camping is not a use.
Is that not a district document?
Yes, it is. And from what I understand, I would like to know if that was provided by Walmart or bylaw officers. I don't believe that our bylaw officers have been actually going on the Walmart parking lot. But if that, and at this point it's 10:30 and I could follow up with our bylaw manager tomorrow.
Council? Any questions? I was going to move that we refer this to staff and that they can follow up with these folks that have attended tonight. So I'll move that, seconded by Councillor Stoner. So Ms. Glende, or who will grab these folks' contact information?
Melissa can help me with that. Thank you.
All right, so we'll refer this to our staff for follow-up. It's a bit confusing for us because we don't generally expect our bylaw officers to be on private property. They are to be enforcing the bylaw as it was intended on public lands and environmentally sensitive lands. So Melissa will grab your contact information and we'll refer this to staff for follow-up. Go ahead.
Not public, but belongs to the Walmart.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Sorry, I had a question.
Is it relevant to how you're going to vote?
I'd just like to see something back to us for next week, so that we can address this before we go. The reason that we heard this conversation today was because of the next available meeting is going to be into September. So this kind of affects the rest of the summer. So I'd love to have an update next week if that's possible. I don't know if that's part of the motion or if that's something that staff can at least give us a synopsis of at some point.
That's not part of the motion. I'll call the question on the motion. Any opposed? Motion carries.
So I'll test another motion that staff report back for, sorry, I'll get the date next for our meeting, July 26th, with an update on this matter.
You're expecting that in writing or verbal report? You're not going to get a staff report? It could be a memo or a verbal.
Memo or verbal is fine.
Seconded. Do you wish to comment? Call the question. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Councillor Pettengill.
Yeah, I just did, because there's a couple things that said that I think are important for clarity, because there's a mention of not camping on or not enforcing on private property, such as I thought it was the railway tracks. I believe we would expect our bylaw for clarity to enforce along the railway tracks. And there is a question of permitted use and zoning. So camping bylaw may not apply. Bylaws may not be the ones enforcing it, but there may be a zoning issue as well. And just for clarity.
So we've referred this to staff, and then we've referred staff to bring back an update to council next week. And so I actually don't want to get into the details tonight. It is 10:30 and we've kept our staff and folks waiting long enough. So staff will follow up with you directly, and then council will get an update next week. And if there's more clarity we need to put into the community, we will. Thank you. Any open question period? So anything related to the agenda that anybody needs to clarify? Any council or staff announcements? Motion to terminate by Councillor Herford, seconded by Councillor Stoner. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thanks to our staff who supported this long meeting, and to council for the discussion, and to the public for participating. Thank you.